The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magny.
So week 9 is about to get underway in earnest here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. By the end of play this week, we'll know 3/4 of the Champions Week field. A very warm welcome along to the action. You're joining us live here on Pluto TV. Hello, very good afternoon. Welcome along to the action here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's week 9 of Super Series 13 is about to get underway. And what a week we've got in store for you. We've got the former champion, Jensen Walker, in action. And on talking about champions, we've got the former champion, 10-time champion of the world, Trina Gulliver. It is good morning, by the way, although it could be good afternoon wherever you're watching in the world. Hello again, Trina. And I'll tell you what, you look at this group, you got the number 1 place player on the Challenge Tour de Merit, the number 2 place player on the Dev Tour de Merit, the WDF World number 1 in action. This surely can't disappoint.
No, it's a great lineup, isn't it? And it's I'm really looking forward to see how this week pans out.
It's going to be a very interesting week, that is for sure. But on Saturday night, Nathan Potter picked up his first Super Series title. He got the better in the final of Terry Nash. I'll tell you what, we will get better as the day goes on, I promise you. A 4-2 win for Nathan in the final. And it's rather sequential, isn't it, his appearances here. Semi-final first time, final second time, winner third time of asking.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for Nathan. He's a great lad as well. And you've seen his progress here as well. And yeah, great victory for him.
Yeah, Nathan Potter named number 8 in the Champions Week hat here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So let's see what's happening this week. Week 9 is about to get underway in earnest, and this is what we're going to see. Winners everywhere you look, particularly in Group A. Jensen Walker, of course, a former series champion here. Joe Hunt and Jack Drayton, top and second respectively in the Challenge and Dev Tour de Merit. John O'Shea is going to be defending the international pairs for the Republic of Ireland in a few weeks' time. And Jamie Lewis played well the last time he was here too. But what in particular amongst this posse of players stands out for you, Trina?
Well, I just think Group A is stacked with talent. And, you've got 3 debutants there as well. And with Jack Draper at the moment playing so well, and he'll be open to bring that performance into this week.
And so is it perhaps a little bit interesting when we look at the odds that it's actually Adam Hunt who's at the top of the betting, because he's the man who's the favourite to win this week. And now I know he's recently dropped off the Pro Tour. I know he pushed Gary Anderson close at the recent World Championship. But when you look at the form of Joe Hunt and Jack Drayton, is there potentially a little bit of value with the pair?
Yeah, I think so. Like you say, with Jack being so confident, and he's coming into here with flying high, isn't he? So, you know, he's going to be a hard one to beat this week. I think we're going to see something special from him.
Right, it is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, let's get into the action. We kick off with a meeting between Jensen Walker and Adam Hunt. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with a former series champion, Jensen Walker. Jensen, back for another tilt at the Super Series title. How much are you looking forward to the next few days?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to trying to get back into it and trying to go again. It's been a while since I've last been here, so it'd be nice to try and get back and show what I can do on the stage again. Really
good start to the season for yourself. Done well on the Challenge Tour, Development Tour, high up on both of those orders of merit. Where would you say your game's at this present moment in time?
Yeah, I think it's in a steady place. It's peaks and troughs, obviously. I'm still, I don't think I'm the complete article yet, but teams are coming together nicely. Results are starting to come together. I'm becoming a better scrapper, which I think is the best skill of playing loads, playing as much as what I am at the minute. So I'm just looking forward to getting back into the challenge and going again and testing myself again this week against what is a really good group of players.
Nice to be back here. I know this place holds very happy memories for yourself.
Yeah, it does hold some very good memories. And always, I walk up the stairs and I see my name on the Series 10 champion list. It's always really humbling to see, and I'm just looking forward to getting back going again.
Does that add a weight of expectation, or do you just kind of have to put that to one side?
I think it did. I think it did at first when I first won it, but that's all past now. That's in the past. I've got to focus on the present and today. Nothing's ever determined, so I don't feel the expectation anymore. I just go out, play our play, and what will be from that point onwards.
I wish you all the best. Go well. Good luck out there, Jensen.
Cheers, Henry. Thank you very much.
Somebody who certainly is getting better as the years move on, Jensen Walker, semi-finalist of the recent Lakeside World Championship. And on the subject of World Championships, Adam Hunt fresh off the back of another Ali Pali appearance. It wasn't enough to keep his tour card after a couple of years on the circuit. As for Jensen Walker, the 19-year-old from Coventry, will be hoping to be in the same position of the Group A table as his beloved Sky Blues, up against Adam Hunt, the 32-year-old from Chester Street. And he is hoping that a return to the live lounge is going to yield success for him. Couple of years on the circuit, didn't quite go to plan, but did do enough to get through to the World Championship last year. George Baker is the referee. He's not going to be huddled alongside six other players today. If you are a Chelsea fan watching this morning, we do apologise, but it is Jensen Walker to get us underway. Week 9 kicks off, and we'll be kicking it off in the company of Trina Gulliver here in the commentary box.
Good morning, Henry.
100.
Yeah, really looking forward to this week. It is absolutely stacked, especially this Group A. And
60.
as you say, Jensen, the youngest, but probably the most experienced here on the Modus Super Series stage.
59.
In this Group A, anyway. Previous champion, like you said, Henry.
34.
And that does present its own challenges and its own pressures,
45.
which he admitted to early on this morning was something that when he did first defend it, did weigh heavy on the shoulders, but
121.
a year on. And it's interesting because in most tournaments, a year on, you're still defending the title, but a couple of series have elapsed since Jensen won the title.
43.
And he's looking at 90 here to take out the opening leg of the morning. When across to the 18s, have had him nowhere near a finish.
50.
Yeah, plenty of time. Leaves himself tops when he returns.
60. Jensen, you
So
require
tops then
40.
for Jensen for the first leg of
Game starting the first
this
leg.
week's
Jensen
play. He
Walker.
pins it with his first start. Leads by 1-0.
16 data,
Second leg is
solid
Adam
enough
to throw
start
first. Game on.
for Jensen Walker as he gets his week underway. In terms of his season so far, it's been rather consistent. 12th in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, 11th in the
100.
Development Tour Order of Merit. Has made a semi-final on the Dev Tour, couple of quarterfinals on the Challenge
96.
Tour. And some interesting adversaries along the way amongst his exploits, including a Challenge Tour quarter-final against Joe Hung, which we'll speak about when the pair of them go head-to-head later on in the day. Did play at the UK Open a couple of weeks ago.
26.
It was a below-par performance for Jensen. I think he'll be the first to admit that. Lost out 6-1 to Pascal Ruprecht at Minehead.
136.
Getting into that because of his exploits on the Dev Tour in 2025.
100. Adam, you got 170.
170 then for Hunt.
$96.
A better leg here from Adam. Leaves himself 74 when he returns.
44. Adam, you require 74.
Double 16 then to level up.
58.
He's just wide of the target, but he will be back. Walker 235 in this leg.
41.
And still not
Adam,
left
you
himself
require
a finish. It's a time again for Hunt. As he looks at double 4 now.
12.
He's on the inside of the wire.
But luckily for him, Jensen's had a complete and utter off leg.
81. Adam, you require 4.
Well, you feel this has to go. And it
Game
does
shot
with
the
his
second
first
leg,
start and
Adam
levels up
Hunt.
the match at 1 apiece with a 19 darter.
A good start for Jensen,
is
but the
Jensen
second
to
leg
go
off the
first.
mark.
Game
And
on.
Adam limbering up. Well, if you are looking for your tungsten aerobics exercise DVD for
134.
Christmas, Adam Hunt might be an early contender to feature in it. They still do those types of DVDs.
Well,
95.
I think, if anything, like, it's all on TikTok now, surely.
Well, he is wearing green. Not quite a goddess, though.
55.
No offence, Adam.
$81.
For him, returned to the Live Lounge after a couple of years away. Did pick up a tour card at the beginning of 2024.
145.
Never quite got going when he did have that card. Did make it through, as I said, to the World Championship at the end of last year.
140.
And to be fair, he gave
Jensen
Gary
with
Anderson
167.
a bit of a test. We'll tell you a bit more about that in just a second. Walker 6 and 167 to
95.
open up a 2-1 lead in this match.
$96. Jensen, you require 72.
72 for Jensen. Can't find the treble 15.
Game shot in the third leg. Jensen
Does
Walker.
find the bullseye.
So Jensen Walker leads 2-1. As I mentioned, Adam Hunt,
Four-legged
he
Adam
came
to go
through the
first.
tour card
Game on.
qualifier to get through to the World Championship. And then really did put the task up to Gary Anderson. It was a
135.
game that went all the way to the final set, went beyond added time in the final set. Gary would
60.
pinch it by 3-2. High quality contest. Gary averaged in excess of 95. And Adam himself, 94.5
60.
was his average over a elongated distance. So we know the game's there. And I just wonder
96.
whether dropping back at this level again might just give him the opportunity to gain a bit more confidence and be able to possibly push back in the right direction.
171.
That's a great 171 there from Adam. Like you say, he's reached
44,
two
Adam
finals
with
nights here on 2
135.
occasions. Lost it both into the semi-final,
95.
once against Fallon Sherrick and once against Leonard Gates. So has a bit of experience here
100. Adam,
on
you
this
require
stage
40.
as he looks at tops now to level again.
Game
Finds
shot
it with
the
his
fourth
second
leg,
dart,
Adam
and it's
Hunt.
2-2. A 14 darter there from Adam Hunt.
Well, it's been a strange
Then
game in
it's
respect
Jensen
that
to
the
the
player
first.
against the throw
Game
hasn't
on.
even got close in any of the 4 legs that we've seen so far. Level at 2-2. And Jensen will be open if that trend continues.
53.
Because if it does, he will find a 4-3 win.
Well, not the best of starts for Jensen
57.
in this leg. But then it isn't punished by Adam either.
51.
So the door is still ajar for advantage in this leg.
58.
Certainly has the feel of Monday morning ring rust, doesn't it, Shrink?
Does indeed, doesn't it?
58.
Just about finding their feet. It's early doors and, you know, they won't be panicking just yet. Obviously, the
75.
player that settles the quickest is going to have the advantage.
Yeah, not quite last week when game 1 was won in about 8.5 minutes. Nathan Potter getting the better of Graham Usher by
58.
4 legs to 1. And then he'd go on to win the week, would Nathan. We're going to have his picture on the wall next to Charlie Manby.
180.
As Adam Hunt hits the first maximum of this week's play.
100. Adam
Leaves himself 131. Well, it can't be done this time. But looking to set it up.
91.
Walker on no outshot.
Well, this leg's been the antithesis of this match, although Walker has put some pressure
Adam, you
on.
require 40.
Better late than never. For this, for a crucial break. And a 3-2 lead, 2 10s.
Some distance away, readjusts.
Game
Finds
shot
the
at the
target
deck,
with his
Adam
third dart. And
Hunt.
that is an important dart. And a break of throw for Adam Hunt.
Six-legged Adam to throw first. Game on.
Look at that 100% for Walker. 2 from 2. 27.27% for Adam Hunt on his
23.
checkout. So room for improvement there. However, he does lead.
82.
It's one of those situations where he's giving himself opportunities because he's outscoring Jensen, but he's needing that time to execute.
Well, he had to pin the double in his previous leg.
123.
Jensen left himself, well, hit 165 to leave himself 88.
60.
It was a crucial break of throw and it was well taken.
Well, that first dart sat invitingly.
99.
And he'd be disappointed after that. He didn't find anything else. It's kept the door ajar for Jensen if he could have found a 2-treble visit there.
60.
By finding nothing, Adam will feel like he's got time and space to get the job done.
$50.
Oh, only 50 for Adam. This could hurt.
139.
Leaves himself 160. Great thinking from Walker.
$60. Jensen, you
Can't find a treble, so 160 then for Jensen. Can't be done.
92. Adam, you require 140.
And so this, to wrap it up. Just looking for 619s, lead double 16. Walker back for 68 to take us all the way.
82. Jensen, you require 68.
So this to break back. Double 16.
36.
And that second
Adam,
dart was
you
a great
require
marker.
64.
And Adam may just get one dart at that same target. Tops the target of choice.
24.
And tops the target miss for the
Jensen,
match.
you require 32.
So a real opportunity now for Jensen to take us to a deciding leg, and he looks at double 8. Double 8 is
shot
found, and we
leg,
do go
Jensen
to
Walker.
that deciding leg for the first game of today's play.
Well, it's interesting that Jensen
Seventh and
Walker
final leg
was
is Jensen
alluding
to
in his
throw
interview to the
first.
fact that one of the skills he
on.
feels like he's learnt over the last 6 months or so is his ability to dig his heels in, to be able to, in his own words, scrap.
59.
And that's exactly what this game has been.
$99.
Like you said, it's early doors, isn't it? And it's just a matter of settling in a little bit
97.
and trying to get into the rhythm.
$140.
I think the biggest takeaway Adam can get out of this week is the possibility that he may discover what winning regularly is
93.
again, because he hasn't had that feeling for quite a while now.
It's about getting back on track, isn't it, really? When you come back to
61.
the Modus Super Series after being on tour, and it's trying to sort out elements of your
100.
game, but also creating that confidence back. And if you've got confidence, then you will win games.
45. Jensen,
So this
your
to
car,
get the job done. 152 for Jensen Walker. Perfectly sat for a second. Just flicks off the barrel.
96.
And it's a similar
Adam,
side
your car,
finish for Adam.
156.
That's a perfect guide. Follows it up. Double 18 to win in style.
138.
Just on the inside.
Jensen, you require 56.
56 now for Jensen. Looking at tops. Just resets himself. One dart in hand. Can he find the target? He
16.
can't. So
Adam,
Adam
you
Hunt now
require
looking at
18.
double 9.
Both players have blown an opportunity to win this match.
Game shot. And the match.
Finds the
Adam
target
Hunt.
with his last dart. Takes the victory. 4-3 over Jensen Walker. Averages there 80.44 for Jensen, 81.64 for Adam. And when we come back after the break, we've got Joe Hunt and Kevin Cottis. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we've seen Jensen Walker beaten by Adam Hunt by 4 legs to 3. Now taken to the hockey, we have Joe Hunt and Kevin Cottis. Both debuts. So I'm sure there's a few nerves a-jangling. Joe, 33 from Ryde. And Kevin Cottis, age 47 from Malden in Essex. So they'll be wanting to get off to a good start. They both know that they're both debutants. So they're on an equal footing kind of thing. So
it feels like that's where the similarities end, because for Kev, this is a step into the unknown. That's kind of his words. He's a great county player, has been for a number of years with Essex, up against Joe Hunt, somebody who is beginning to rapidly make a reputation for himself. Mr. Challenge Tour, according to Keegan Brown. And actually, this game is the Keegan Brown derby. I'm sure both players really want to hear that on their first game on this stage.
57.
But for Joe, the first time we've kind of seen him on the big stage like this, although he has played a lot of Challenge Tour stuff because he is top of that particular order of merit. He has played in all 6 of the Players' Championships so far in the 2026 season. He's made 3 last 32s in Pro Tours. And actually, you look at some of the players he's beaten. He's got quite a resume of wins this year, Trina. Victories against Justin Hood, Mike DeDecker, Willie O'Connor, Marvin Van Velzen, Scott Williams and Kevin Doots, the players he's beaten on the circuit this season.
yeah, it's a good field of names, isn't it?
45.
To add to his repertoire.
I'm glad you said that.
Repertoire.
100.
But Kev, with a decent start, leads himself on a finish after 9 against the throw in the opening leg.
100.
Yeah, finds the ton as well.
61. Has 20 scored. Yeah. 60.
Well, he's got good advantage here.
140.
Now 140.
Kevin, you require 101.
Adds pressure to this 101. 94 left. Treble 18 cannot be found.
85. Joe, you require 132.
So 132 to rescue the opening leg, unable to get. And so Kev back for 2-8 to get the break of throw.
42.
And
Kevin,
to win
you
his
require
first
16.
leg on the live lounge stage.
Game shot
Good
in the
leg
first
as well.
leg, Kevin
Really good
Cottis.
start that for Kev Costis. He leads by a leg to nil.
Second leg is
16
Kevin to throw
data, and that
first.
looked really assured, Trader,
Game
from
on.
start to end.
He looked very confident, didn't he? Yeah, brilliant start from Cottis.
70.
Seems to be the joker of the pack, as in the players' room. He's a
100.
very funny guy. Has no problem taking the mickey out of himself and others, I'm sure.
60.
Yeah, the players have a set time where if they want to, they can throw some practice darts on the stage. And they had their little window this morning. Kev was on there
46.
alongside the likes of Joe and Jack Drayton. And we actually get to see what happens during those practice darts on our monitor we have here in the commentary box. And Kev, as you can see, when he
100.
throws the darts in a match situation, is not a slow thrower. However, it probably took him about a minute to throw his darts in the practice because he was enjoying his company a fair bit.
Yeah, he was telling a few stories along his way, wasn't he? And so
60.
but he's got his game face on now.
59.
Very much embracing What's in front of him throughout the course of the week? For Joe, well, this,
66.
when you consider the build-up we gave him, being top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, it's been quite a lacklustre start so far. Cottis got the break in the opening leg, and he's pushing on to back that up to go 2-0 to the good in this contest.
He leaves himself 72 after 15.
134.
But that's good pressure there.
Kevin, you require 72.
From Joe Hunt. And now tops for a 2-0 lead.
52. Joe, you require
Just
95.
underneath the target. Gives Joe Hunt the opportunity here for the 95. Double 19. And he's just put it high.
82.
And that last start as
Kevin, you
well
require
slips into the
20.
double 3, which doesn't help him at all.
Game shot
Cottis
second
takes
leg,
out the
Kevin
double
Cottis.
10 to take a 2-0 lead.
The leg is
Looks
Joe to
very
go first.
calm and assured
Game
on the
on.
stage, where I think it's fair to say for Joe so far, I think the nerves is just beginning to creep in a little bit.
45.
First time, despite everything he has done over the course of the last 6-8 months or so, it's the first time we've seen him on a big stage, in front of the cameras, in front of the lights, with this kind of
140.
scrutiny. I know he's played on the stream on the PDC Pro Tour in the past, but this is a completely different beast altogether.
92.
Because at least on the Pro Tour, even when you're on the stream, you're still in the same cubicle, in the same environment to a certain extent. You don't recognise the cameras are there. Here, you are front
140.
and centre.
Now 3 Challenge Tours victories.
43.
25 Leicester against Derek McLean with a 5-4 victory. And then 2 in 2026,
95.
both at Milton Keynes. So he has some experience, but this is his debut and things are different here, and it does take some
100.
getting
Kevin, you
used
require
to.
126.
There's that 10 seconds between legs that players have to get used to as well. 10-second delay.
And it's just all brand new, the new surroundings, a lot of things that
100.
maybe
Kevin, you
are
require 80.
unfamiliar. Sometimes it does take players a couple of games to get going, but it hasn't been the case for Kev. Got to be careful not to catch here. That was so close.
40. Joe, you require
He knows it as well.
121.
He gets away with it. But the treble 17 would mean bullseye, but not to
57.
be.
Kevin, you
So
require
Cottis now
40.
looking at tops for a 3-0 lead. Double 10. And double
Game
10
shot
is
for
found
third
for
leg,
that
Kevin
3-0 lead.
Cottis.
A 17-dart leg.
This is handy. Average of 86.71, 3 from 6
leg is
on the
Kevin to
doubles.
throw
This is a
first.
decent opening display. And the only thing he's forgotten
Game
so
on.
far was who had the throw. It's the only blot on his sheet so far.
60.
Well, yes, it's a great start for him, isn't it?
96.
Joe yet to find a leg.
41.
Cottis was lucky there not to bust his throat in the previous leg. Was so close to the treble 20.
140.
It's one of those situations, if he was 2-0 down, that hits and he busts the score. But 2-0 up, we tend to get that
60.
rub of the green. There's no rhyme or reason as to why that happens, but sport can be a very funny thing at times.
95.
Indeed it can. Oh, Joe leaves himself for the 170. That max there
180. Joe,
from
you
Kevin
require
Cottis.
170.
The first of the match. Leaves himself 160.
60. Kevin,
Put
you
the pressure
require
on that 170,
160.
didn't it? Treble 20. And another one. 4 tops for a 160 checkout and a
Game shot
4-0
of
win.
the match, Kevin Cottis.
Excellent darts there from Kevin Cottis. A 4-0 victory over Hunt.
with a 160 checkout. Fantastic darts as he looks into the camera. 78.50 for Joe. 89.73 for Kevin. And coming up after the break, we have Arnie Spee and Jack Drayton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we seen a convincing debut from Kevin Cottis, 4-0 victory over Joe Hunt, also a debutant. Kevin taking out the 160 to finish. Here we have Arnie Spee, aged 26, taking on Jack Drayton, the 19-year-old, who's taken the dart storm, the darting. What's the word?
Darting world by storm.
Yes, that's the one, Henry. Yes, indeed. Very exciting player. Looking forward to watching him play this week.
First leg, it's Arnie to throw first. Game on.
And he's kind of come from relative obscurity from the outside looking into, goes second in the development tour of merit. He's got just under £7,000 on that particular ranking, having picked up 2 titles, the final 2 titles of the first weekend of the season. 99. Beating Angelo Balsamo and Cam Crabtree in both of those particular finals.
134.
Well, he's also a very talented golfer, plays from scratch, and actually studies it at university.
78.
It's quite a story, really, for Jack. He's on a 4-year course and into his 2nd year.
100.
I can tell you now, anybody that can play golf to a scratch standard is incredibly good.
140.
Well, his week,
You've got 167.
It's quite exciting, as I will explain shortly.
127.
I enjoy this kind of intel. A week in the life of a dart player.
60. Anna, you
But
require
it's Spee
40.
that's looking at the double first in this leg. Tops required.
20.
But he can't find the
Jack, you
target, so
require
opportunity then for
124.
Drayton to break the throw here. Finds treble 14, double 11. Oh, and he's just below.
110. Anna, you require 20.
Double
Game
10
shot on the
is
first
found
leg.
for
Anna
Spee.
Spee.
Well, positive start there for Anna, whose last appearance here
Then
came
ladies,
at the
Jack to throw first.
ADC
Game
Global
on.
Championship in December. Qualified because of his consistency on the ADC Western European Tour. Finished second
32.
bottom of his group in Group 8 of that tournament. Picked up 2 wins from his 6 matches. He actually won his first game against Sean Holly 4-2.
100.
A narrow defeat to Jamie Owens after that. Then he also beat Jordan Matthews by 4 legs to 1. So it wasn't quite to be there, but that
89.
particular competition and qualifying for it would have felt like a massive step in the right direction for Arnott. Still only
40.
26, so still got time to develop and nurture as a player, and who knows, maybe his best years in a darting sense are still in front of him.
140.
I was saying about Jack's week. So he spends 2 days a week
121.
at college, and every Wednesday he plays golf at the other universities. So they travel up to Leeds, Newcastle, Durham, Doncaster, all over the place,
21.
playing golf. What a way to have a wonderful week.
He is living a life that I'm sure many people are of the envy of.
64.
I studies hard, so learning to every aspect of how to run a golf course, basically,
42.
is the course. How to coach.
And it's a rather profitable game.
67.
You can get it right, particularly coaching. I know somebody who's a registered PGA Tour coach, and considering what he's driving in, it's a profitable business.
137.
That's great setup play
Anna, you require 109.
from Drayton. It's Tops again for a 2-0 lead.
Game
And
shot on the
Tops is
second leg.
found
Anna Spee.
to find that 2-0 lead with an 18 dart leg.
This is looking really assured
The
from
ladies,
Arnott.
Anna to throw first.
Now, we
Game
did
on.
see better signs from him when he played at the ADC Global Championship. No doubt there's talent there with Arnott. We've seen it on a few occasions. I
95.
suppose the biggest thing that maybe stands him from being a player that's good enough to qualify here and then being a player that's then good enough to really challenge is finding that
57.
consistency, finding a better level on a more frequential basis. If he can find that, he's got all the talent. I think his temperament is absolutely
59.
bang on. Doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. He's absolutely spot on there. If he can just find a little bit more consistency, I think there is a player there. Of that, there's no doubt.
He's a really nice guy as well, isn't he? And he's got quite a sense of humour as well.
140.
I don't know if he's travelled with his dad this week. I know when he has played here in the past, his
125.
father tends to drive onto the ferry and then from Dover travel by car to Portsmouth.
Here's Dad Johan.
134.
Great darts there from Drayton to leave himself the big fish.
85. Jack, you require
And this would be
170.
some way to get back into the game. Needs another one of them. Deflection wasn't the best.
92. Anna, you require 137.
137 now for Spee.
And that tops was given every go.
77. Jack,
And I'm glad that he did that with the last
78.
dart. We've seen too many players be stubborn and persevere with tops of the last dart when they miss the combination. 212s for Drayton to get on the board.
66.
Outside, inside.
Anna,
Spee has
you
a chance to
require
free zip.
60.
So tops then for Spee. And now double 10.
40. Jack, you require
South
12.
of the target. So opportunity for Drayton to get a leg on the board here. Looking at double 3. Moves across the hockey to try and open up the target. And that's a
Aims at the
perfect
third
dart
leg. Jack Drayton.
from Jack Drayton to get his first leg on the board here at the Modus Super Series.
And that will be a settler.
Fourth leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
And actually, there is a weird dynamic because for someone like Arna Spee, yes, maybe if you delve into the numbers, it's uncomparable to maybe the likes of Joe and Jack. But his experience on this
100.
stage could count for a lot, particularly today.
Yeah, absolutely. Can make all the difference, can't it?
60.
Just having that familiarity around the whole studio as well.
55.
That was a great break of throw from Drayton.
And I don't mean for this to come across negative. I
60.
don't mean it in a negative sense whatsoever. But I do wonder whether for the first part this morning we're looking at the difference between the floor game and the stage game. What I mean by that is Joe and Jack have been fantastic on the floor on the Challenge Tour and the Development
96.
Tour this year. Jack has won on the stage in 2026 at the Isle of Man Open. He's qualified for Lakeside as a result of it. But are we seeing how
137.
different playing on the floor in those environments and then playing on the stage in front of the cameras can be for players?
Well, yes, and you've got to remember there is no crowd here either. You're playing in silence,
140.
and that's a big adjustment when you're used to having some sort of white noise behind you or something going on. Whereas here you can hear a pin drop, and it takes some getting used to.
84. Jack, you require 110.
It's 110 then for Drayton to level up here. Double 18.
92. Anna, you require 160.
Now one of them leaves double top
120.
for what would have been his second ton plus
Jack, you
checkout and our
require
second
18.
160 checkout of the morning already.
So double 9 then for Drayton. And he
Games on the
finds
board
it,
there,
makes no
Jack
mistake, pins it with
Drayton.
his first dart, levels the match at 2 apiece with a 16 darter.
Third leg
Gets
is
himself
Anna
back
to throw
into this
first.
match.
Game on.
Got to give Jack credit here. He's turning the screw really well. Slow start, but he's really got himself back into it. He's
140.
really asking the questions of Arnott.
Yeah, 2-0 down. Levels the score.
57.
And to a certain extent, I feel like that Isle of Man Open victory is almost as impressive as what he's done on the development tour, and the fact that it tells us he can win
140.
regardless of the arena he's in.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, he's, like I said, he's come here with, he must be flying high and on a lot of confidence,
96.
you know. So, of course, he's going to want to do well.
And when you're in that kind of mode and you're feeling really
25.
good about yourself, do you just tackle every new challenge head on?
We tackle every new challenge with confidence because, you know, and head on, like you say. But yeah, it's so important that
125.
confidence is a major booster in playing darts, you know, and being able to understand your darts, understand your confidence, and move that forward. As Spee puts in the first max of the match.
Even himself on double 8 after 12. Really good response there to Marner, because it could have been so easy for him to have folded with Jack really just beginning to put his foot on the pedal. Five is at leg, and he has the lead again at 3-2.
Yeah, good darts there from Spee.
Leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
If Arne Spee doesn't walk out to Life is Live, or Live is Life, I can't remember which way round that 1980s Euro, Live is Life, then something's wrong. Because could you imagine a 4,000 strong Dutch crowd chanting Arne Spee, la 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 la? It would go nuts.
42.
I can see where you're coming from on that one. Yeah. Hopefully the singing will be better than your rendition.
59.
You can withdraw the fingers from your ears, everyone watching at home.
140.
Well, averages here. Arne Spee 88.05 and Jack Drayton 87.55. Good contest this.
100.
And that maximum is the first for Jack.
Putting in a really good leg on throw. Tops left after 12 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
82. Jack, you require 40.
Then Arne Spee will be asked all the questions all over again.
$20.
That deflection wasn't kind, but he will be back. Spee looking to add pressure, which he does.
Jack, you require 20.
So double 10 for Jack Drayton. To take us to 3-3.
Game
makes no mistake,
Jack
pins it with his first start. We go into a deciding leg.
7th and final leg, it's Arne to throw first. $99. $140.
Great darts from Jack.
$96.
A good find from Spee with his last start. Finds treble 19. This from Jack Drayton.
180.
What a time to hit a max. 140, 180 in this leg for Jack Drayton. Puts him in control.
How many times do we say it, Trina? Darts sometimes is all about timing. Timing is everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And
105.
he's definitely producing the goods in this leg.
And that's such a smart play, because it means if it's two singles,
60.
he's guaranteed a dart at the outer ring, whereas if he was left on 81, he may have only got a dart at the ball. It's irrelevant anyway, because Arne can't leave a finish. But he's going to get a go at tops to win the match. And he would have won it in full visits if he got it there.
That's a great performance from Jack, who, remember, he was 2-0 down in this. And he's managed to claw it back, and he's given himself the opportunity at tops for the match.
Well, he's hurt the chance. Can he take the chance?
Game shot.
Yes is the answer. 14 darts to finish things off, and Jack Drayton is off to a winning start on the live lounge stage. And he, a rather relieved man, he was 2-0 down in that game. Arne Spee got off to a good start, took out the 109 to open up a 2-0 advantage. But Jack Drayton went through the gears, and he wins on debut against Arne by 4 legs to 3. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jack Drayton got his campaign up and running. The 4-3 win over Arne Spee, coming back from 2-0 down to win that match in a last leg decider. We've seen some good darts so far on this Monday morning, but you can tell we've got 3 debutants because nobody's got an idea where the cameras are around here. Either that or the director can't cut to them quick enough. Anyway, next up, Joe Hunt takes on Adam Hunt. Game 4 of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
You're going to be in trouble with that comment now, Henry.
First leg,
It's all right, they want my head off anyway.
Game on.
Have you not seen the guillotine they've just ordered off of Amazon?
I wondered who it was for.
100.
Well, the tungsten tune goes on this Monday morning. For Joe, it was a 4-0 defeat to get
30.
things started against Kevin Cottis. There was some signs of nerves, although things did gradually improve as the game went along. For Adam, well, he was involved in a scrappy contest against Jensen Walker at the beginning of the day. Missed 12 darts to the double, but still able to win in a last leg decider.
$81. $30.
That leg from...
83.
Sorry, that match with Kevin Cottis with Joe Hunt earlier. Kevin finished that with a 160 checkout. But yeah, Adam is ahead. A drop dart there from Joe.
125. Adam, you require 110.
Can't correct himself in time to leave himself a finish, but it's 110 now for Adam Hunt. Looking
Game
at
shot in the
tops
first
to
leg,
check it
Adam
out.
Hunt.
Takes out the 110 for a 15 darter to open up his
Second leg is
campaign
Joe
against
to
Joe
throw
Hunt.
first. Game on.
Well, we mentioned it a little bit earlier on, didn't we, with Adam, that maybe one of the biggest things he takes out of this
55.
week is his confidence, his belief, is going into a game thinking, actually, I can as to I hope.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know,
81.
he's been successful here in the past. Made 2 final nights. So
59.
he knows what it's all about. However, I think it was the old setup when he was last here. It was where the players'
140.
room was in a different area in the studio.
Double the size, the practice room
100.
now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was mentioning it earlier, saying it's much better.
A different practice room. We were in a different commentary box. We were kind of stored away in the broom cupboard, so to speak.
Great max from Adam there
58.
to leave himself
Adam,
a
you
ton.
require
2
100.
darter. Has time on his side though. 85 left. And now tops
Game shot in the second
to
leg,
take out the
Adam
ton.
Hunt.
To lead by 2 legs to 0 with a 12 darter.
Third
Great
leg is
stuff
Adam
here
to throw
from Adam
first.
Hunt.
Game on.
Yeah, adding 111.33 after a couple of legs, a couple of ton-plus checkouts. And this is what we know he's capable of. He has got
139.
an innate ability, an innate talent. And when someone like Wayne Mardle at the World Championship says that
57.
he is a proper operator, you stand up and you take notes of the words that are being said by the great man.
100.
He throws a nice dart, doesn't he? He's got a nice smooth throw as the hunter.
I get the sense that he is a typical
57.
FDM, first dart merchant. First one hits nice, top of the bed. There'll be a couple of bedfellows. Now that is absolutely the perfect first dart for him.
It just takes a deflection the
95.
wrong side of the target though with his second. Has left himself a finish, however.
97. Adam, you require 167.
167 then. Won't go this time, so he won't add to his 2 ton plus
96.
checkouts in this match. Looking very good though.
80. Adam, you require 71.
Now on 71 after 12 here. Well, slips into the treble 6 bed.
31.
Can't find tops.
First up, missed at a double in this contest.
28.
He's going to get 3
Adam,
more.
you
He's going to
require
get potentially
40.
6 more if he so wants to.
$20.
Well, can't find the target. A chance for Joe to put on some pressure, but it's not been
30.
applied.
Adam, you require
So Adam
20.
looking at double 10 then for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot
Double
of the
10 he
leg,
finds with his
Adam
first
Hunt.
dart for that 3-0 lead with a 19 darts leg.
Fourth leg is Joe to
Convincing
throw
darts
first.
here from
Game on.
Adam Hunt.
$50.
Well, Joe, 3-0 down. Still not won a leg so far today.
No, it's not going to plan, is it?
41.
For him. Few loose darts.
Now, this is his grip. Now, as you can see, there's not much of his hand actually gripping the dart. And when it grips it, it's kind of
59.
to the top of the barrel towards the point.
The back end of the dart sort of like flicks down, doesn't it?
95.
Before his release. Before he actually starts to throw, I should say. Knocks back. It looks very loose in his hand, doesn't it?
60.
Which means every dart's got to be thrown perfectly, because any small deviation, that dart's going to go wildly wide.
123.
And that's why maybe sometimes we do see him, because of the way that he grips the dart. Sometimes maybe why when he transitions a dart from his non-throwing hand to his throwing hand, where
51.
sometimes there can be a little bit of a slip.
Yeah, he has dropped his dart on a few occasions, hasn't he? So, on that
58.
transition. And there you see it. It's very loose. And it's just
60.
the finger and the thumb that holds it, almost like a pen, if you like.
$42.
Well, if he holds a pen like that, I don't know what would be his actual name or what would be his signature.
45. Adam, you require 142.
142 then for Adam. Needed another treble 17. Leave himself tops.
82.
Leaves himself 60 and he will be back for that. Joe back on 176.
43. Adam, you require 60.
And so this for the match, double top.
25.
Wide of the mark.
Joe, you require
Yeah, a bit of a slip there.
133.
Opportunity then for Joe. And it's not going to be his day so far.
38. Adam, you require 35.
35 to wrap it up.
Double 16 to wrap it up.
19.
However,
Joe, you
Adam's
require
not able to get the job
95.
done here. So Joe's still looking at 95 as we enter the 9th visit of the leg.
76 left.
And so Adam will return
37.
2-8s to win this
Adam, you
game
require
4-0.
16.
A game which has been rather comfortable for him. Had a really good burst at the beginning of the contest. But in the end,
8.
I was saying he
Joe,
had
you
to be able to do
require
what he had to do.
58.
But Joe's going to get his first look at a double in this game.
Can he find tops? And now double 10. He
Game
finds the double 10
7
just right in the corner,
Germans.
manages to get a leg on the board, and saves the defeat so far.
It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Well, not many players can say their first leg on the live lounge stage is a 30 dart holder throw, but Joe Hunt can.
58.
But he's off the mark. And that's the important thing, because the last thing he would have wanted to have seen next to his name is a couple of
81.
donuts, a couple of bagels for the man at the top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
100. 85. 43. 46. 125. 46.
Well,
A tentative leg. Adam was
85.
doing so well. And he's just gone off the boil over the last couple of legs. However, he will be first to the double
41. Adam, you require 90.
as he looks at 90.
3 scored. Game
Finds
shot.
the double
And that's
18 to
Adam
take
Hunt.
the 4-1 victory over Joe Hunt. So coming up after the break, we have Jack Drayton and Jensen Walker. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we seen Adam Hunt take a 4-1 victory over Joe Hunt. Adam in that taking out 110 and a ton outshot. Now we have Jack Drayton and Jensen Walker taken to the stage.
First leg is
Jensen
Jack
losing
to throw
his first match to Adam Hunt.
Game on.
The very first game of today's play. Jack coming out a 4-3 victor over Arne Spee.
57.
Now, there is a head-to-head between this pair, and a rather pivotal head-to-head at that. They met at the World Youth Championship back in October,
60.
Jack Drayton and Jensen Walker, a game which Jack could win by 5 legs to 2 in the round-robin stage of the competition. He'll be making his debut at the
100.
Lakeside this year, having picked up the recent Isle of Man Open Championship. He may well be one of those players that might be in a situation. I suppose Gemma Hayter also in a similar sort of predicament, but a good predicament at that, where he may be able to qualify for 2 World Championships in the same year. Gemma will be hoping to qualify again for Rally
44.
Paddy through the Women's Series Order of Merit. Jack Drayton, if he carries on doing what he's doing on the Dev Tour, would qualify for Rally Paddy through the Dev Tour Order of Merit.
99.
Yeah, and of course Gemma qualified for Lakeside also through the Isle of Man route.
And I think for Jack, it's great because even at this early stage in the year,
78.
he knows come the end of the season, he has got something big that he's playing for.
Yeah, he's got options, hasn't he? And like
180.
I say, his confidence must be sky high at the moment. And that maximum from Jensen will be welcomed.
96. Jensen, you require 105.
So 105 then.
49. Jack, you require 126.
126 for Drayton. Well, that one was for the treble 19, but finds the big 3.
61.
Jensen back for
Jensen, you've got
56 for a
56.
breaker throw. Tops. 2 10s.
46.
That's inside
Jack, you require 65.
by some distance. So a bit of reprieve there for Drayton as he looks at 65. Tops then. To hold his throw.
45. Jensen, you require
A couple
10.
of opportunities missed, and Walker, the interceptor, looking to
Gains on the
intercept, and he
first
finds the
leg,
5s to
Jensen
get the break
Walker.
and lead 1-0. Nice to see that Jensen Walker's doing his bit for the environment.
Second leg is Jensen to throw first.
Recycling
Game
his shirt from the Lakeside last year to wear this week. Not just one use, these shirts.
100.
It's actually in tribute to the Specials. He's a big fan of ska music, is Jensen.
Well, he does come from Coventry, where
140.
Scar was born.
$140.
And walks on to the Specials when he does play at Old Lakey.
140. $123.
Walks on to message to you, Rudy.
140.
From the
Jensen, you require
Specials.
138.
He's not going to take out the 138 to finish once synonymous with the BDO
58.
World
Jack, you
Championships.
require 81.
Drayton 81.
Double 12 then for Drayton to
Game
level.
shot in the second leg. Jack
Takes it out
Drayton.
with the 2 darts. Breaks the throw back.
The
with
leg
an
is
11
Jack to throw
darter.
First. Game on.
Yeah, really good leg that from Jack. In fact, we've got quite a few dart players that are Coventry
59.
City supporters. Got Jensen Walker, other former weekly winner. Adam Paxton is a big Cov fan. I believe he walks out to... Well, he should at least anyway, walk out to Be Somebody by The Enemy. Famous Coventry band. Who performed at the CBS Arena in Coventry not too long ago.
134.
Was that...
You mean the Rico Arena?
Well, to those long enough, however, a different sponsor means that they get their
59.
shout-outs live on air. I'm not endorsing the Coventry Building Society, but there you go. In fact, that song by The Enemy used to be the
53.
ITV FA Cup theme tune for a few years back in the noughties.
Right, okay.
There's your useless fact of the day.
93. $85.
Well, Drayton leaves himself the big fish.
60. Jack, you require 170.
Jensen can only find 60. So 2 treble 20s for Jack. That's a great start. Can't quite find the second. 90 left. Treble 18's the target, but perfect setup from Jack Drayton.
64.
But will Walker take out the 164? He won't.
92.
Drayton
Jack, you
returns for double 18 for a hold of throw. And to lead by 2 legs to 1.
Now across for 2 9s. Finding the 2 9s and finding
Jack
himself in front. Trev 1-0. Now takes the lead.
Fourth leg is Jensen to throw first. Game on. $100.
Well, Jack does have a good sparring partner.
100.
In Eleanor Kearns.
First ever girls world champion at the Lakeside back in 2022. Very good player is Eleanor. Has qualified all 3 years for the Women's ADC Tour finals here.
Yeah, very good player.
57.
Very experienced for her age as well. Seems to be about forever.
81.
Well, I was working at the Lakeside when she won that particular tournament, and the one thing that stood out for me was, at a young age, just her maturity about the way that she dealt with everything.
96.
Yeah, absolutely. She's, credit to the game, and a lovely girl as well. No airs and graces about her. She's just very down to earth, and yeah, I don't think there's nobody that doesn't like Eleanor.
57.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see her back here for the Tour Championship finals and maybe a Women's Week in 2026 as well.
Good timing again from Drayton to hit a max. Puts the pressure on the 170 and it won't go. So looking to set it up.
105. Jack, you
Now,
require 68.
Jack looking at 68 for a 3-1 lead. And a break of throw.
$48.
Oh, he's just short
Jensen,
of
you require
tops.
65.
Given the opportunity back to Walker. And now he's looking at tops to level up.
Double 10.
No score.
Drops low.
Jack, you require
And you
20.
can see from that camera angle there, lofted over the top, how low it did drop. Perfect camera angle that, as Drayton looks at double 5.
Well, he bent the wire on the double 10.
Game
But he
shot
finds
Jack
the double
Drayton.
5 with his final dart to move into that 3-1 lead. A break of throw again.
Fifth leg is Jack to throw first.
An 18 dart
Game
leg, and now finds himself throwing for the match.
Do you know what? I was just looking at the game with the naked eye thinking, there's still more levels in the locker here for Jack Drayton. Then I take a little look up at our stats screen that we have here in the commentary box, and he's still averaging about 88, which I think sometimes could be the biggest compliment that you can pay a player when you think sometimes they're a little bit subdued, but actually the numbers are very, very tidy.
Well, if you look at his performances over the last couple of months, he's averaging
44.
between 90 and 100 all the time. So you're right in that. He has got other gears.
Well, he's kind of playing towards his Dev Tour numbers for the 2026 season, because over the course of his campaign on that particular circuit, he's managing an average of 88.15. That's the 5th best of any player on the Dev Tour this season. Better than a high chunk of tour card holders. That's the level he is ascertaining.
$60.
Well, we mentioned that win over Cam Crabtree in the final of Dev Tour 5, but did also pick up a win against Bo Greaves on the Development Tour this season, and that really was a contest. Jack averaged just under 95, 3 180s, including a 127 checkout. Bo herself had 3 maxis, an average of 92.5. As Drayton looks to finish things off now, averaging 88.14. He is pretty much playing to type, and he has a dart at the ball to win it. And win it in style.
Jack Drayton.
Well, that was superb from Jack Drayton. A 164 to wrap the job up. He had an 11 darter in there as well. But more than anything, that was just a tidy display from the youngster. Average just under 91. 4 from 10 on the doubles, and the biggest compliment is we feel like there's still gears to go. He beats Jensen Walker by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Kevin Cottis takes on Spee.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at this beautiful studio in Portsmouth, live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we seen Jack Drayton take a 4-1 victory over Jensen Walker, finishing his final leg with a 164 checkout. And now we have Kevin Cottis and Arne Spee. Kevin winning his first match against Joe Hunt by 4-0, taking out a 160 to finish that match as well.
Game on.
Arne Spee yet to get off the mark.
Well, Kevin was absolutely
43.
superb in that game against Joe Hunt. Really assured. 4 from 7 on the doubles. Finished off with that 160. Average just under the 90 mark. And I do have to
36.
thank my commentary pal, Keegan Brown, because he sent me a PDF document this morning.
135.
Normal thing to send on a WhatsApp. And the PDF file is of Kevin Cottis's averages for Essex
60.
County this year, because they are teammates. Kevin Keegan. Last time you heard those two names together was back in the mid-90s. And I'll tell you what, every
140.
single number's okay. He did lose his first game to Hertfordshire early on this season, averaging 25.5, but won his
44.
games against Sussex, averaging 27.79, beat Cornwall, averaging 25.38, and his last game was against Lancashire,
97.
where he beat David Evans with an average of 29.15, which made everybody from Essex Persuasion happy. Not just did he pick up a
81,
point,
Kevin, you
but he kept
require
David Evans
86.
quiet for a couple of minutes.
Big task that. Double 16. Double 16
Game
he
shot on the first
finds.
leg, Kevin
Takes out the
Cottis.
86 to lead by 1-0. Yes, I mean keeping David Evans shut. Yeah.
I was going to say
Flag
that
it Arne to throw
that is
first.
almost mission impossible. Hi, Dave, if you are watching. Thing is, I'd say I'll get a text message from it,
121.
but it won't be for another hour because it'll probably end up being an essay. Hope you're well, pal.
180.
Another max from Kevin Cottis. It's his second of today's play.
44.
Yeah, he's looked very convincing, hasn't he, so far, Kevin Cottis?
100.
Has the names of his children on his shirt, on his
99.
left sleeve. And that's Xander and
41.
Evie May. And there you see it.
$47.
There you see Evie May and Xander.
$54.
Oh, 1-2-6 to lead 2-0. Arne
95. Kevin, you got
played well
126.
against Jack Drayton in the opener, but just tailed off a little bit towards the end as Cottis looks at the ball for a 2-0 lead just
101.
underneath.
Arne, you require 95.
Opportunity then for Spee. 45 left. And now tops.
55. Kevin,
Just
you
high of the
require
target.
25.
Cottis looking at 25 for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot
Double
the
80
second leg,
finds.
Kevin Cottis.
Just finds the 9 bed, almost into the double 9. It doesn't put him off the target
The leg is
and
Kevin's
pins
to
the
throw
double
first.
8 for a 2-0 lead.
Game
And it shouldn't
on.
go unnoticed that he hasn't dropped a leg so far. 1-4-0 against Joe Hunt in his opener, and now 2-0 to the good here against Arne. 6-0 for the Essex man,
100.
who next weekend will be in county action against Lincolnshire. I believe that's Jensen Walker's county, isn't it?
It's my county as
39.
well.
Is it?
Yes, it is. We're away to them.
Ah, so a nice trip down to
60.
Essex for yourself.
Indeed.
Tell you one thing about Essex, they do produce a good referee or two, don't they? Charlie Corstafine
39.
and Owen Binks, both residing from the famous county.
60.
Yeah, Charlie Corsafine's brilliant.
Some will say the Super Series GOAT when it comes to referees here.
81.
As is Binks, of course.
And Hinksey.
And Hinksey, yeah.
41. Arne, you require 142.
When he's not huddled up on the stage.
62.
Well, Spee leaving himself on 80 after 12 here. Better leg.
140.
That 140 puts the pressure on.
80.
So double 10 then for a leg on the board.
Game shot in the third
Finds it
leg.
with his
Arne
second
Spee.
dart. Breaks the throw of Cottis with a 14 darter.
Fourth leg, it's Arne to throw first.
Kind of goes
Game
back
on.
to what we were saying in his first game. We know those spells are there. He's finding it on a consistent basis. He did show that, in fairness, against Jack Drayton, even though there was maybe a leg
57.
towards the end that was a little bit squiffy. But the signs for Arno, I think, are really encouraging. And we say it quite a lot in a group like this, where you've got a lot of players playing very well. There's going to
55.
be somebody that plays some decent stuff, but maybe don't get the rub of the green.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, you have to have
25.
you do have to have an element of luck in darts, and you know, trying to get everything right at the same time.
60.
It's hard to do, you know.
Tell you what, just having a look at the Essex team this season, the A team for the county in the men's division. A lot of
134.
former Super Series players, a lot of current Super Series players, the likes of Ryan Harrington, Aaron Gill, Keegan Brown, of course.
96.
Sean Fox has played here in the past. Steve Haggerty has in the past as well. Brandon Weston.
$85.
Qualified through to Saturday night on his debut.
45. Arne, you require 100.
No. Spee looking to level up here. He's going for treble 16 by the looks of it. Can't find the target.
84.
That's a brilliant dart from Arne Spee to find that treble 16. Leaves himself double 8 when he
100.
returns.
Arne, you require 16.
And this now to level up.
To make it levels your Devils.
Game shot in the
Eight's
fourth leg.
found.
Arne Spee.
And it's Desmond, 2-2.
Fifth leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Averages at the moment, Kevin Cottis 85.11, 82.82 for Arne Spee.
85.
So pretty much neck and neck here. 50% each as well on their doubling.
45.
Now, you might be wondering what the blue and white hoops are on Arna's shirt. Now, the blue and white hoops on the back of Arna's shirt is representative of the home county that he's from, as Cottis pars in his second max of the contest. Spee is from Zealand,
140.
always being a part of that province. And the blue and white hoops on the bottom of his shirt is representative of the flag of that
42.
part of the Netherlands. It's in the west of the country. It's actually the least populous province of the Netherlands, in the southwest corner of the country.
100.
Actually on the border with Belgium and Flanders.
They're actually from a town called
83.
Hoos.
56. Kevin, you require 111.
Cottis looking at 111.
$41. Arne, you
Well,
require
160 then.
160.
For Arne. Won't go this time. Looking to find a treble, and he does so with his
Kevin,
last
you require
dart.
70.
And so Cottis looking at 70 to go 3-2 to the good. 2-8.
54.
It's not there. This an opportunity
Arna,
for
you
Arna.
require
He's kind of
60.
hung with his opponent for quite a while in this contest. There's a chance to take the front.
Game
A
shot
double
the fifth
10 is
leg,
found. A
Arna
double-double,
Spee.
and 3-2 Arna leads. Break in hand and with the darts to win it.
Stick-legged Arna to throw first. Game
In
on.
fact, just having a look at Arna's hometown. It's a historical place. Founded in the 10th century
134.
on the edge of a creek. And that's actually where the name comes from. Translated in Dutch,
140.
De Korte Hoz, which is the short goz, which means creek. A medieval marketplace.
99.
And very much part of historical battles over the years, dating into the medieval age to nowadays, which has a population
60.
of about 29,000.
$78. $100.
And a beautiful town, just having a look at a few pictures.
85.
Beautiful harbour, some lovely canals.
There's a few of them in Holland.
105. Arna, you require 105.
So 105 then for Spee. So double 15 then.
90.
He's just
Kevin, you
high
require
of the
96.
target. So opportunity then for Cottis here to level. Double top for a double-double.
56. Arna, you require 15.
Well, Arna Spee was 2-0 down in this game. He could rattle off 4 legs on the spin if he converts his 15. Double 4. Well,
Game
that was a
shot.
really
A
good
match,
rally from
Arna
Arna
Spee.
Spee. He showed a lot about that temper that we've been speaking so highly about. He was 2-0 down and he could have so easily have folded amidst the pressure that Kev Cottis put on him. But Spee reeling on 4 on the spin and loving life on the live lounge stage. At the tail of the tape. Coming up next, Adam Hunt takes on Jack Drayton. One to the good and to move one away. Double top. Oh, that is exquisite.
Might look at the ball, all 42. And it is perfect dart for double 16.
Game on the second leg. Jack Oldham.
Should be looking at the has to look at the 19s. I think you might have heard me.
Well, he certainly heard someone. Well, he's decided to fill up.
Go. Perfect. Another treble 20. Double 12 for the first 9-darter. And he gets it! Absolutely fantastic from Lee Evans. And to win the match! Shots on, so there's another treble 20. Double 19. What a win.
What a way to win it. He lost his first game 4-2 against Terry Nash. But he recovers with a 4-1 win over Graham Archer to send himself into the final, which he does so for a second time, and look what it means to him. As it's surrounded, and then finds a way through. Semi-final in appearance 1, final in appearance 2. And first time is the charm, because Nathan Potter is a weekly winner. He beats Terry Nash in the final by 4 legs to 2. Your week 8 winner is Nathan Potter! And some say, I'm still saying his last name. Lee Evans with that 9-darter, the second that we've seen on a Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and the 22nd that we've seen at the Modus Super Series. 4 players that have multiple 9-darters in this building. Conor Heenahan with 3 of the very best. We saw him last week as well. So that is the 9-dart Roll of Honour. This is the Roll of Honour as far as today is concerned, because we've seen 6 matches in this Group A, and before the break, Spee got the better of Kevin Cottis by 4 legs to 2. That got him his first win on the board. It's so far so good if your name's Adam Hunt or Jack Drayton, because both players have won each of their opening 2 matches, both on 4 points, both with +4 in terms of the league standings. So good start for the pair. As you can see, Kevin and Arna with a win apiece, with Jensen and Joe still looking to get off the mark. And it is the top 2 that go head-to-head in our middle match of the session, as Adam and Jack go head-to-head. For Jack Drayton, decent performance against Jensen Walker. Took him a couple of legs to get going. Had an 11-dart win and then finished off with that 1-6-4 checkout. As for Adam, 2 wins, 2 games which... well, they were kind of compare and contrast. Against Jensen Walker, he was made to battle for the 2 points, whilst against Joe, he took out 2 ton-plus finishes, but it felt like it was a contest he could kind of win in his own time. Joe wasn't really at the races in that one, but he's going to have to be at the races here against Jack Drayton, who's already shown the form that he's provided on the Dev Tour in 2026 on this stage, averaging in excess of 90 in both of the games that he's played so far on this Monday morning. If he plays like that, then Adam Hunt will have a world of problems in front of him.
Game on.
Yeah, indeed. And as you say, an interesting game here. A battle for control of the table.
And to a certain extent, it's not so much about a heads up on one another. It's the gap that they then get to third, because the winner of this game would be 4 points clear of Kevin Cottis and Spee, who find themselves on 2 points in 3rd and 4th respectively.
140.
And them 2 players then take on the bottom 2 players in the group. So it's an opportunity potentially, if results go the way of the winner of this contest, they may well get a bit of breathing space.
96.
Yeah, and a bit of space is always welcomed, isn't it? However, of course,
53.
It's holding on to that lead. That can be not as easy as one would like.
56.
Well, Adam has 6 darts on this 208 to win the opening leg of the contest.
100.
Finds a turn to leave himself 108 after 12. What pressure can Drayton apply here?
100.
Keep straight.
You require 108.
Does leave himself a finish, but treble 19 is the target. A double 16.
92. Jack, you require 150.
So 150 to break the throw and take the lead. And this would be a steal. He's not going to get, and so Adam hunting down double 8.
56. Adam, you require 16.
So for a hold of throw, double 8 is required. Well, it's a little bit awkward. Decides to stay where he
No
is.
score.
It does
Jack, you
take a
require
deflection.
94.
An opportunity arises here for Drayton. Break the throw and looking at 94. And it's tops now. And it's
Game
tops
shot the
for
first
that
leg,
break of
Jack
throw.
Drayton.
Checks out the 94. 17 darter for Jack
Second leg is
Drayton.
Jack to throw first.
And they're the
Game on.
ones that sting opponents. Those 94s which you pin, pop, pop when you've blown an opportunity yourself. And it just, if you're Adam in the
99.
background, particularly the fact it was a break 2, it just leaves the mind a whirling.
Yeah, well, Jack was given the opportunity by Adam,
81.
and he duly takes it.
Well, Trina, you know what time it is.
Oh, not the tungsten teaser.
Are you ready for the tungsten teaser?
Fire away.
132.
Today's tungsten teaser is this. How many players have been runner-up at the
97.
PDC World Darts Championship that have played at the Modus Super Series? Now, I know there'll be one or two of you that'll be saying, well, what about Raymond van Barneveld because he played at the seniors? That doesn't count. How many players
100.
have played in the Modus Super Series event and have been runner-up at the PDC World Darts Championship? At MSS Darts, you want to get involved.
180. Jack, you got 170.
Needs another one of them. Okay, treble 18's the target now.
98. Adam, you got 143.
That 180 from Adam Hunt gives him the opportunity at this 143, but it's not to be.
66 left.
Finds a treble 14.
119. Jack, you
Great
require
shot there
72.
to leave himself 24 should he return. Drayton looks at 72. And now tops for a 2-0 lead and a hold of throw.
52.
Just below
Adam, you
the
require
target.
24.
Well, Adam Hunt should have won the first leg and Jack Drayton won it. Jack Drayton should have won leg 2. But it's not in the ledger of his
Jack,
opponent.
You require 20.
So to lead by 2 legs to 0. Just adjusting his stem there. Seemed to be a bit loose in his barrel. Has to move across. But that is a perfect second dart for Jack Drayton, and he leads by 2 legs to 0.
I tell you what, I really like that, Trina, because there would have been a lot of players that would have just thrown the dart without due care and attention. And you bring in his golf background. One thing that sport will tell you about is how everything needs to be set perfectly.
99.
And you do not take a shot unless you are 100% ready and you've got everything spot on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same kind of scenario, isn't it? Within darts, and
78.
if things don't look right or feel right, then you change it. Make sure that it is.
100.
As with many of the younger players in the sport, with the all-in-one stem and flight system.
Yeah, looks like a K-Flex flight
100.
and stem system. Proven to be very popular.
58.
It's made my life a lot easier. Don't have to bend down to pick up loose flights much anymore.
But do your darts actually make it to the board?
Some do, some don't.
I don't mean the skirting board either.
140.
Be lucky to hit that, to be perfectly honest with you, Treen.
$121.
Adam leaves himself 1, 2, 3 after 12.
$60. Adam, you require 123.
So 1, 2, 3 for Adam to get a leg on the board. Well, that's gone a begging.
43. Jack, you require 123.
Drayton looking at the same target.
Triple 18. And just like Adam, not going to get a dart at a
55.
target off the
Adam,
back of
you
that
require
particular finish.
80.
And it may only be one dart off the back of the 80 here.
45. Jack, you require 68.
Well, second dart a little bit high in the 20 bed. Now Drayton looking at 68. And now tops for a 3-0 lead.
Game
That's
shot
perfect
third
dart
leg,
from
Jack
Drayton. Again, resets himself to get him in the perfect position to find tops.
Well, that the tail of the tape in terms of the checkout success. 0 from 8 for Adam Hunt. Jack Drayton 3 from 5.
100.
And there has been a couple of legs in this contest where Adam's had a fair few opportunities at a double and Jack has basically pinched his pocket.
100.
Great timing though for a 180. You know he needs to win all the following legs to take the victory here.
134.
That's a great reply from Drayton.
Again, averaging in and around 90.
81.
Plays like that as a base level all week. He's going to have a lot of success.
$59.
If Glenn Dunn was here with his coaching manual, he'd be looking at every single aspect of Jack
44.
Drayton, getting a red pen out and going tick, 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 top of the class.
I was just about to say he has hardly any movement whatsoever in his body.
81.
He has a beautiful smooth throw.
It's like a Rolls Royce.
180.
Another max
Jack,
there
you've got
from Hunt.
127.
Puts in contention, but this 127 is possible. Can't find the
96.
bullseye.
Adam, you require
Well, he wrapped up his
16.
previous game on the ball with a 164 and able to follow up here. And so Adam will get 3 more chances to get on the board.
Game shot in
On
the
the
fourth
10th
leg,
time of trying,
Adam Hunt.
Adam Hunt has found the target and back to 3-1, break a throw, wins this, then all of a sudden the next leg becomes
Fifth leg is
interesting.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, good leg of darts there from Adam Hunt.
100.
And another max from him. That's his 4th in this match. He's producing them at the time he needs them.
58.
And he's following on. And following on.
180.
And following on.
2 maximums back to back.
58.
141 then for Hunt.
141.
Not to be on this occasion, but he's well in control. And a fist pump of appreciation from the 2 players there. Here comes Drayton with his own max. His first of this match. A 6 in all in this match at the moment. 16 now for tops for Adam Hunt.
36.
Luckily for him, he has got time. Well, we said that if Adam Hunt could make it 3-2, this game becomes interesting all of a sudden.
Adam, you require
He's got 3
40.
more to do exactly that, but if he doesn't get this time, it could be game over. In the top corner, back to 3-2. Now, Adam has 5 180s in this game. The record for 180s in a match is 7. Mark Dudbridge in a game with Wesley Newton. But have a look at that for a real surge from the man from the northeast. 14 followed by 13. And the man from Chester Street is beginning to
96.
catch up on the road of Jack Drayton.
$140.
Drayton having the advantage of throw in this leg.
140.
2 140s for the pair. Make that 3.
140.
And it's not just the maximum hitting Trina, it's the 2 trebles scoring, the single treble scoring. Adam, by and large, is
58.
finding something tangible, visit in, visit out. And now he's found a bit more of a radar on the doubles. It is becoming a potent combination.
87.
It is indeed, and he leaves himself 134 after 9.
$57. Adam, you require 134.
I mean, potential 12 darter here.
$94.
I mean, to put it into context, the last 3 legs, he's been averaging the best part of 110 as Drayton looks at 150 to win it.
Well, it won't go, so Adam will be back for tops to take us to a deciding leg.
40. Adam, you require 40.
Tops then. Double 10. And double
Game
10
shot
is
to
found with
leg,
his second
Adam
dart
Hunt.
to take us to the deciding leg of this match. 14 darter there. And Adam finds
Seventh and
himself
final leg is
throwing
Adam to
for
throw
the match.
first. Game on.
His average over the course of the last 3 legs has been around about 103.5. The 12 followed by 13,
96.
followed by 14.
Yeah, current averages 96.16 for Adam, 89.17 for Jack.
85.
And it's a real spurt, isn't it, from Adam Hunt here.
Has really kicked on as this game has
100.
drawn towards a close. So I beg my pardon, it was 14, 13, 14.
100.
Let's give you an extra couple of darts, ads.
93.
Good last start. Finds a treble 18.
$100.
Almost neck and neck here in this leg.
123.
And again, he's left himself on something tangible after 4 visits to the board. How important will taking out this 89 be? Very important.
134. Adam, you require 89.
That's 20 now, or treble 20. Double 5 for the match.
Game
Double
shot.
5 he
Adam
finds.
Hunt.
What a comeback that was from Adam Hunt. Takes the match by 4 legs to 3 over Jack Drayton. 96.73 for Adam, 90.93 for Jack. Coming up after the break, we have Joe Hunt and Arnie Spee. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we've seen Adam Hunt make an amazing comeback against Jack Drayton, taking the victory by 4 legs to 3. Now we have Joe Hunt taking on Arnie Spee. Joe yet to get off the mark. Arnie with 1 victory underneath his belt.
Yeah, and a couple of good performances, has to be said as well. Some decent stuff for Arne. Got the better of Kevin Cottis 4-2. Had trailed 2-0 in the contest, but reeled off 4 on the spin. 4 from 8 on his doubles there. Lost his opener against Jack Drayton. Played some decent stuff. Averaged over 88, but 3 from 11 on the doubles. And it was the missed doubles at crucial points towards the end of the contest that came back to cost him in that one. But if we're going based off form today, Arne Spee is a big favourite to win it, although I'm sure the odds compilers before a dart was thrown would have tended to have suggested against that.
125.
Yeah, he looks quite comfortable, hasn't he?
59.
Arnie Spee.
Well, they have Joe Hunt 4-9 and Arne Spee 7-4 to win this particular
100.
contest on the in-play markets. It is 18 plus. Gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this
58.
Monday afternoon. But this much better from Joe. Maybe just
85.
settling down a little bit to the task.
I struggled with his last start there, didn't he? Didn't feel right in his hands, so
44. Joe, you require
he
95.
stuttered over the hockey line. Reset himself and now looking at 95.
76 left.
76 left.
$55.
Leaves himself tops when he returns.
Well, Arne needs to persevere there, but he's finding it difficult to find a way through. And that's why he shuffles all the way across to the right-hand side.
60.
And nearly
Joe, you
crowbarred one in
require
there.
40.
Tops end for Hunt.
No score. Arne,
Above
you
the
require
target.
140.
So opportunity opens for Spee. 140 won't go this time, but he can leave it handy.
60. Joe, you require 40.
So for a holder throw.
Game shot.
Tops is found with his second dart for that holder throw. He leads by 1 leg to 0.
And I get the sense that
Second
Arne
leg
would be
is
a bit
Arne to
disappointed that he
throw
didn't
first.
pile more
Game on.
pressure on in that leg. Only leaving himself on 80 after 6 visits to the board.
78. $29.
Joe's looking a bit dejected, isn't he, at the moment? Not quite finding his mark, not
59.
quite finding his form that we know he's got.
Well, the numbers he's producing today is night and day in comparison to what he's hit
41.
on the Challenge Tour to win his tournaments. In the second lot of events, he beat Jensen Walker in the quarterfinals, averaging just under 94, averaged over 94 to beat Dylan Dowling 5-1, then saved his best average for last, beating Jose Justicia by 5 legs to 2, averaging just a shade under a ton,
59.
99.49 in that particular contest. I suppose the comparison is the amount of times we saw
100.
maybe at the lakeside back in the days of the BDO where we saw players mop up tournaments on the floor circuit 10 to the dozen, but then when they get up on the
60.
lakeside stage they
Arne,
become
you got
shrinking violets. And for
130.
Joe, first time he's ever done something like this, and maybe it's about just getting used to it.
70.
Well, Arne with Joe all the way back on 312. Was looking at double 15 tops there.
100.
Each their own.
Arno, you require 60.
A brave move, but he has time, doesn't he? So now it's tops. And now double 10.
40.
Just wide of the target. And what Joe would do for a 180 here.
$82. Arno,
Recovers
you
somewhat
require
with his last
20.
start, but Spee looking at double 10 to level up.
10. Joe, you require
I think he was
130.
contemplating there whether to bust the score. Joe looking at 130. Needs a treble 20, can't find it.
58. Arno, you require 10.
And so 2 5s to level up at 1 apiece. 2 2s.
6.
Doesn't make it 1 1.
Joe, you require 72.
He's had his chances here, hasn't he? Joe looking for a 2-0 lead. Tops.
32. Arno, you require 4.
Into the 9th visit of the leg.
Game shot in the
And
second
Arno
leg.
Spee does
Arno
level at 1
Spee.
apiece. And I think it's fair to say that neither player have been able to get into any kind of rhythm so far.
Third leg is Joe to throw first. Game
A
on.
raise of the eyebrows there from Spee as he pinned that double.
134.
Good start from Hunt in this leg.
60.
Well, I did mention Joe's form on the PDC Pro Tour at the beginning of the year. We got through to the last 32 in each of the first 3 PDC Players
41.
Championship events. But the last 3 he's gone out at the first hurdle, losing 6-3 to Cord Decker, 6-5 to Adam Leake, and 6-2 to Martijn
134.
Drachtel. That was a barnstorm of a game. Joe losing averaging 95.35, Martijn Drachtel an average of 107.24. And in fact, Martijn
60.
Drachtel is eligible to play here once again. He was a hit
60.
last time he was here, Martijn. Great player,
So-
even better bloke.
Haven't had the pleasure as of yet.
134.
He is great fun to be around. He'll bring the party.
$118. Joe, you require
132 then. For Hunt. Not to be.
116.
But it is a good
Arno, you require
leave.
129.
Needs the treble 20. Not to be found. So Joe Hunt
42.
will return
Joe, you require
for
16.
double 8 for a 2-1 lead.
No score. Arno, you require 87.
So Arno looking for 87 to go 2-1 up and to get a break in hand. Had trailed 1-0,
62.
but has missed the dart to lead 2-1.
Joe, you require 16.
Double 8 for a holder throw.
Game shot.
And
in
it's
the third
found this
leg,
time
Joe
with the
Hunt.
first dart. Does indeed hold his throat. Leads by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg is Arno to throw first. Game on.
Now that first start is something Arno can work with.
140.
And almost work with perfectly, but just needs to find more scores like that. Just needs to find something a bit more consistent.
40.
And Joe looking, he's probably thinking now, where has my form gone? How
45.
can it be so different now as to how it has been? But like you say,
70.
probably a little bit of nerves. Hasn't been on this stage before, has he? Hasn't been in these surroundings and probably taking some adjusting.
121.
And I can imagine as well, he's looked forward to this for so long, and there could possibly be no feeling worse on a dartboard when you've looked forward to something, you've worked hard to...
45.
I know this is an invitational tournament, but effectively do enough work elsewhere to be given the chance to play here. And then when you do step on the stage, it just
59.
doesn't happen.
$100. Anna, you require 136.
136 then for Spee. Can't find the second treble. 16.
72 left.
72 remaining is perfectly explained by
80.
George Baker.
$140. Anna, you require 56.
So looking to level. Tops. Now tens.
36.
Wide of the
Joe, you
target.
require
Opportunity
106.
for Joe Hunt here to increase his lead even further. 10 or a 6. And now tops.
66. Anna, you require 20.
Well, that would have felt out the blue considering the way this contest has gone so far.
Game shot in the
But
fourth
Anna
leg. Anna
back on
Spee.
terms, back at 2-2. The arm wrestle goes on.
Fifth leg is Joe to throw first. Game on. $60.
Well, he mentioned his success in Chainsaw 2.
85.
Then win the next event, the first one of the next day. A quarter-final win over Steve Beaton by 5 legs to 2, followed up
85.
by 5-2 wins against Alan Norris in the semi-finals. He's had a bit of a resurgence at the beginning of this season. And 5-2 win in the final against Aaron Monk. I'm sure
59.
that was a rather low-key affair with no shenanigans going on. Always provides great entertainment, Aaron, whatever stage, whatever setting he's
45.
in.
Absolutely. And just going on Joe's performance here, where he's way below par, as we've
58.
said. His highest recorded average that we can find is 101.29, and that was at the Challenge Tour in Milton Keynes in 2026. That was a versus Andy
140.
Hamilton. And at home,
59. Joe, you
he's got
require
4 children.
156.
watching, or should be at school.
They could be watching back.
They could be, indeed.
60.
There's Frankie, 14. Jensen, that's 13. Henry, that's 9. And Oliver, aged 5.
115. Joe, you require 96.
96. 76 now. Can't find the treble 20 to leave himself double 8.
38. Arna, you got
Spee
125.
has a chance to lead.
But the 1-2-5 goes a begging, and so Joe has a tangible chance to lead this game 3-2.
55. Joe, you
Looking at
require
58 to put himself one away from victory. And to go over a leg of his first win on this
Games on the
stage, and that's
fifth leg,
exactly what he's
Joe
done.
Hunt.
Puts the first one high. Does readjust and finds the target
Six leg is Arna
with
to
his
throw
third
first.
dart and
Game on.
leads by 3 legs to 2.
$54.
Arne, big football fan, supports Feyenoord in the Netherlands.
58.
Don't quite know how their season's going.
134.
My guess, mid-table, I think.
Well, they got a 2-1 win yesterday against Excelsior in the Eredivisie, where they actually find themselves
57.
second in the league table, but there's no way they're going to be picking up the league title. 27 games played, and they find themselves 16 points off the league
58.
leaders, PSV. However, most importantly, they're 5 points clear of Ajax, who are the old enemy.
100.
16-time top flight winners. And of course, Raheem Sterling plays for Feyenoord these days. Actually play
83.
Ajax on Sunday afternoons. I'm sure that he'll be watching that on the flight back home.
45. 58.
Leaves himself 114 after 15 darts.
92. Arna Yukar 114.
Good find with the last there for Joe.
75.
He's pulled that into the
Joe,
one.
you require 149.
So 149 for Joe, not to be. And so Arna looking at 39
59.
to take this
Arna, you
game
require
all the way.
39.
Double 16. Double
Gaines
16
trying to
he
stick
finds
leg.
with his second
Arna
dart.
Spee.
And we do indeed go to a deciding leg. Whereupon Joe Hunt has the darts.
Seventh and final leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Well, by hook or by crook, if Arna wins this leg, he'll move on to 4 points. He'll move up to third in the
65.
table. And he'll be tapping Jack Drayton on the shoulder. Hasn't been pretty this game.
140.
But it doesn't matter if you average 117 or 67. Get the job done if you can get the job done. They're the same 2 points.
180.
Well, that maximum has come from nowhere from Joe Hunt. Could prove to be crucial in this last leg decider.
140.
It's a good 140 from Spee to follow.
45.
Well, they're following each other all the way to the line. Big visit that though for Arna Spee. Leaves himself on a 2-darter after just 9 darts thrown.
Grabs the advantage.
Yeah, 120 scored.
Joe Hunt.
126. Arna,
It's the
you
wrong side of the
require
treble.
86.
17. And Spee looking at 86 now for the match.
Well, it's the perfect lie for the treble. And he tried to chase it. It clips off the flight. And so Joe should get at least a dart at the
46.
bullseye here
Joe,
to
you
win the
require
match.
85.
Double 5 then for the match.
75. Arna, you require
So
40.
Joe misses an opportunity. Can Arna punish? Double 10.
Game
Is there,
shot,
and
the
that's a
match,
4-3
Arna
win for
Spee.
Arna Spee. And that's 2 consecutive victories now for the Dutchman, who moves on to 4 points. Hot on the tail of Jack Drayton in second place in the league standings. It wasn't the prettiest of games, but Arna will take the points for what it's worth. Coming up next, Jensen Walker takes on Kevin Cottis. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Spee got the better of Joe Hunt by 4 legs to 3. That moves him on to 4 points in the league table. Joe without a win to his name. And there's a possibility Jensen Walker could join him in the 0-3 club if he loses this one here to Cottis. Kev kicked off his day. Good performance and a 4-0 win over Joe, averaging just a shade under 90. 4 from 7 in terms of his doubling in that contest. He'd then lose 4-2 to
throw first.
Spee in his second.
Game on.
2 from 7 on the average. He did have a couple of maxis in that game. Average of 85. Didn't play poorly, but he didn't play well enough at the key times. Led 2-0 and Arna kind of rallied towards the end of that contest. As for Jensen, it's okay, but just
60.
needs to be a little bit better.
Yeah, not quite found that sharpness, has he yet? Saying that,
180.
finds a maximum here. The first of the match.
85. $42.
Loose starts there from Jensen with that visit.
100.
That's a good last start from Cottis. Finds a treble 20 bed.
140.
Fights his way through them 2 previous starts. 140 for Jensen. Leaves himself 80 when he returns.
100.
So returning for 80 to get himself off the mark. Now has to find a treble with dart 2, unable to get. Cottis did
40.
find a 160 to win his game against Joe in game 2 of the session. Can he find a 156? Not on this occasion.
76. Jensen, you require
Good
40.
last start, but will it be enough as Jensen looks at tops, finds a 1. Now, double 16.
Game shot.
Double
first leg,
16 he
Jensen
finds
Walker.
to hold his throat with an 18 dart leg.
Second leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And of course, for the players after the session, particularly during these midweek affairs, the big question is what
30.
do they do after the session is completed? Jensen, somebody who has been here a fair few times. He's
34.
got to see the area of Portsmouth. I'm sure he's thrilled to have seen that. But it is a key component here, particularly when you're playing these long weeks, is making sure actually you make as best use of your downtime as you do with the time when you're on the stage and you're playing in the arena.
95.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, some players will, if the game isn't right, they might try and find a dartboard somewhere and try and put things right. Or, as you say, just enjoy the rest. Because it is a long week. And it does take its
45.
toll. And today not going to plan for Jensen so far. He's finding a few loose darts, a few loose
140.
visits.
Well, I remember Jan van Veen used to have a cheeky meal at a
60.
chicken restaurant after
Kevin,
session.
you've
Tell you
got
what,
74.
Neil Duff is very handy in a quiz. Tell you what,
74.
Neil Duff is very handy in a quiz.
Well, I've heard about this quiz, and the rivalry
30.
seems to have been more at the quiz than it was on the dartboard.
Well, yes, because we were separated into 2 different teams the other week, and Scott Mitchell got a question correct. He started cheering, and then it turned out he got a farm question wrong.
Boo. Big disappointment, Scott.
55.
I bet nobody took the mickey out of that one, did they?
Oh, just a little bit.
Yes.
And then still spent some of the winnings.
140.
Well, better leg here for Walker.
60.
Leaves himself
Jensen, you've got
147 after 9.
147.
Wrong side of the wire for the treble 20. Does find it on that occasion.
Yeah.
And again,
35. 60. Jensen, you require 12.
Double 6. Oh, that's awkward.
No score.
It should have made a move, really, there. It must have been blocked. And it did take a deflection and into the double 10.
85. Jensen, you require 12.
So perhaps a bit of movement to the left of the oche would have been appropriate. But he's got an open bed now. Can he find it?
6.
He can't.
Now, I'm no expert in terms of reading body language, but I think Jensen Walker was a bit disappointed with that.
60. Jensen, you require 6.
I think so. But he has another opportunity at double 3. Can he find a way through? He
No
can't.
score.
Throws low of the target.
Kevin, you require 151.
Frustration. Creeping in. However, he will get another shot at it.
85. Jensen, you require 6.
The trapdoor. Decides to split. And actually, that's the perfect guide.
It's a good first start. Can he make sure with his third? He does so. Gets over the line eventually. Leads by 2 legs to 1. Frustrating leg there
Kevin to throw first.
for Walker.
Game on.
But does find the target in the end.
Yeah, made life more
60.
hard work than what it should be.
He was just fortunate, really, that Kevin was
60.
quite some distance behind in that leg.
$80. $100.
Although I do want to mention last thing on the quiz, because I know I'll get a text otherwise. Sam Mulliner is very handy.
81.
He told me that.
There's no praise like self-praise, is there? Every single time
85.
that I've been with Sam, we've won something. The best one was we won the bonus prize of
45.
Ted Sauce.
Really?
Yep. Let's move on. They did have no sauce left. But anyway, that's beside the point. As Jensen Walker pins a 180. So yeah, we won a prize that didn't exist. Anyway.
That marks the second for Jensen in this match. Now looking at 56. So tops now.
56. Kevin, you require
Just
95.
underneath the wire. Opportunity for Cottis to level here.
57.
Attempted
Jensen, you
double.
require 20.
It didn't pay off. And now Jensen looking to take a 3-1 lead. Double 5.
Game shot
Finds a
on the
double
full
5 with his
leg,
last
Jensen
start
Walker.
to take that 3-1 lead in 18 darts.
That reaction from Kev after
Leggett
missing those few
Jensen to
darts at
throw
the double
first.
did
Game
make me
on.
smile a little bit, because he's frustrated, but at the same time he doesn't want to be frustrated because he's trying to embrace everything about the experience of being
100.
here.
Yeah, indeed. He just wants to do his best, doesn't he? Relax and enjoy it.
140.
That's the thing. He's done the hard work in getting here, so to speak. Obviously, he wants to do
100.
well whilst he's here, but it's no easy feat getting qualification here anymore.
Those qualifiers are brutal.
70.
32 players, and you've got to qualify for the top 32 in your region over the course of 8 weeks. And then it's best of 11, and you've got to try and work your way through a tough field.
97.
Exactly that. These places are earned
60.
here. And although it is invitational as well,
100.
it's not easy. People are queuing up to be here. That's the thing.
Well, I'm sure you get it as much as I do. Where they say, yeah, but what about this player? They'd be great. Got to earn your stripes. Could be the checkered flag for Jensen, but the bullseye goes amiss. Didn't have to go for it.
He will be back for the 25, but under considerable pressure.
134. Jensen, your card 25.
Well, it's only going to be one. And he's doubling in this game. 3 from 18, but he's going to get a match-winning opportunity at double 4. And he makes absolutely no mistake of that. It's a 4-1 win for Jensen Walker against Kevin Cottis, who, after a winning start, has lost his last 2. And Jensen's actually overtaken him in the league table as a result. Well, fair to say they were two sharing some pleasantries at the end of that one. Walker, a 4-1 winner. Jack Drayton takes on Joe Hunt on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We completed 9 matches on this Monday morning, and before the break, Jensen Walker got his first win on the board, a 4-1 success against Kevin Cottis. The only player still with an unbeaten record in this group is Adam Hunt. He got the better of Jack Drayton by 4 legs to 3 in Game 7, so he's got a perfect 6 points to his tally. 2 players on 4 in the league standings, Jack Drayton and Spee, having both won 2 of their opening 3 matches in this group. Jensen getting his first win on the board before the break. Kevin Cottis on 2. Joe, the only player yet to win a game on this Monday morning. So let's get into the penultimate round of fixtures here on this Monday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Jack Drayton and Joe Hunt who go head to head. For Jack, he can move on to 6 points, level with Adam at the top of the group. He takes on Kevin Cottis in the next game. So an opportunity for Jack to apply a bit of pressure against Joe, who is still searching for that first win. Lost to Spee a couple of games ago in a match which felt rather edgy from first start until the very last. But he will know if he's going to get a result over Jack, he's going to have to play at his absolute best.
First leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
And this is a meeting between
58.
the number 1 place player on the PDC Challenge Tour Order of Merit so far in 2026 up against the player placed number 2 on the Dev Tour
96.
Order of Merit in 2026. In fact, as far as high-profile games in terms of rankings and Order of Merits are concerned, there's not many games that could be more higher profile than this.
Yeah, indeed, but Joe yet to find the form that he has been producing on them tours. As Jack has seemed to have settled more quickly.
121.
Both of them on their debut here at the Modus Super Series. But Jack definitely
66.
the one that all settled quicker.
$140.
Drayton leads himself on 86 after 12 to take the opening leg of the
40.
contest.
Jack, you require 86.
And he's got all the time he wants. I get the sense that Jack's going to set the pace. It's going to be about whether Joe can follow.
70.
Well, fails to hit the target there, but as you say, Henry has plenty of time.
59. Jack, you require 16.
So looking at double 8 for the first leg. Double 4.
Game shot in the first leg.
And he
Jack
hits the double 4
Drayton.
for a 17 dart leg. Hold of throw.
Second leg is Joe to throw first. Game on.
Well, I mentioned that
45.
Jack won the Isle of Man Open a couple of weeks ago at the brilliant Villa Marina. It really is a fantastic venue, that.
74.
It's a beautiful venue, I have to say.
It was a superb performance, really, from beginning to last as far as
180.
Jack was concerned. Beat Ben Towley in the final by 6 legs to 2. He also got wins over Andrew Houghton. Alex Williams, who we've seen here before, played some good
57.
stuff here before. Picked up every single point possible in Group C not too long ago. Beat Willie Borland, Vince Tipple, Steve West en route to
60.
victory in that particular competition. So he didn't have it the easy way.
No, he played some very experienced players.
100.
He just seems to be buzzing at the moment, doesn't he? Oozing confidence, and
45.
that's getting him through and playing some convincing players, taking some convincing wins.
100.
Ton for Drayton, leads himself on a finish after 12, but Joe under pressure.
139. Jack, you require 170.
2 treble 20s for the bullseye then is the route. Finds the first one. Finds the second. Can he find the bullseye? Oh,
Game shot the
smack
second
bang in the
leg,
middle.
Jack Drayton.
He does indeed. Takes out the big fish. to lead by 2 legs to nil with a 15 dart leg.
And you know what? He has
Game on.
threatened that all day long. He took out the 164, but he's had a few dabbles at the biggest finish on the board, and eventually he has reeled it in.
100. $58.
Super darts from Jack Drayton. And obviously, they're the sort of darts that he's been producing that has given him
57.
the victories that he has over the last couple of months.
Well,
96.
I was looking at the 6-1 of him to win the week at the beginning of the day, thinking if he could perform like he has done in other arenas here, that looks big. The 7-2 looks remarkably
140.
big to win this group now. He is going to tumble overnight, even if he isn't top.
Yeah, indeed.
100.
He just seems to be... It's like a walk in the park for him,
100.
isn't it?
The word that was entering my mind was unflappable.
Yeah, that's a good word to use.
140.
And I think the biggest compliment we can pay him is after he had a wobbly first couple of legs in his first game, it's like he's been here forever. Doesn't look like this is the first time he's ever done anything like this.
54. Check 48. Joe Yuka 107.
107 then for Joe. Treble 17 is the target now, not to be found. So Jack will return
55.
for
Jack Yuka
56.
56.
Tops then for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot in the third
Tops is
leg,
found
Jack
for that
Drayton.
3-0 lead. Averaging 92.02.
Fourth leg is Joe
Jack
to throw
Drayton.
first. Game on.
81.27 for Joe. But he's had no attempts at a double yet.
125.
Jack just hasn't allowed him to have that luxury.
Yeah, Joe's much improved in this
60.
game, but Jack's just playing to an absolute streamline, and a very good streamline at that. His averages today have not fluctuated
125.
below the 90 mark. 90.52 in his first, 90.91 in the second, 90.93 in the third, and guess what? 90.17 here.
57.
I think he's a little bit consistent, Trina.
Yeah, and he's 50% on his doubling as well in this match.
45.
So yeah, very impressive debut for Drayton so far.
$68.
A few loose ones, but finds the treble 20 with the third. Adjusts well.
81.
But as you said, a much better game of darts here for Joe. However, Jack is just finding that's something extra special.
60. Joe Yuka 125.
Well, it won't go this time. We're searching for the 25
42.
bullseye route.
He'll return for 83, and he should get his first poke at something when he comes back. May just be the bullseye. And I have to go for the bullseye if Jack doesn't find a treble here.
100.
But inevitably he
Joe,
does.
You require 83.
It's a great last start. 83 then.
66 left.
Bullseye.
42.
Some distance
Jack Yuka
away.
156.
And now for a 4-0 win. Can you take out the 156? That's a great start. Double 18.
120.
Well, indicates it was
Joe,
a bit of
you
a
require
bit far away, but
41.
double 16 for Joe Hunt.
25. Jack, you require
Doesn't go.
36.
But he's hoping this isn't a 4 right, and this is leg 4. nestles
start.
away
And the
through
last,
eventually,
Jack
and that's
Drayton.
another comprehensive display for Jack Drayton. In fact, it was his lowest average of the day so far, and it was still around the 86 mark. 4 from 10 in terms of the doubling, and that big fish finish that was reeled in midway through that match. Coming up next, Kevin Cottis takes on Adam Hunt.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we've seen Jack Drayton take a 4-0 victory over Joe Hunt, taking out the magical 170 during his play. Now taken to the stage, we have Kevin Cottis and Adam Hunt. Adam has won all of his games so far today.
First leg is Kevin to throw first. Game
Looking
on.
to stay top of the table. As for Kevin, he started off
93.
well with a 4-0 victory over Joe Hunt. And has not quite managed to produce since then.
45.
For Adam, it was a lot better in the last game. He was 3-0 down in his game against Jack Drayton. Reeled off legs of
60.
14-13, 14-15 from that 3-0 deficit to win in a last leg decider. Hit 5 180s in that game. 4 from 15
58.
on his doubles. And an 89 finish to boot as well. But Kev,
60.
that game against Jensen Walker just was outscored, wasn't he? Quite comprehensive by Jensen. Now, there's a 6-point gap in the averages in Kev's favour, but actually,
96.
the averages mean nothing in that game because Jensen Walker missed a lot of darts at a double in that match.
Yeah, 4 from 19
95.
was his rate. What did you say? That
162.
game against Jack was a great comeback from Adam Hunt.
$96. Adam, you require 140.
140. Looking for the treble.
60. Kevin,
Only
you
managed
require
60, so
97.
chance for Cottis to hold his throw.
57. Adam, you require 80.
So there's for the break and a 1-0 lead. 25 and Bull. Unable to get, and so Cottis will come back looking at double top.
32. Kevin, you require 40.
So for a holder throw and 1-0.
Game start in the first leg. Kevin
Smacks it
Cottis.
in with his first dart to make sure.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on. $140.
Hunt kicks off with a 140.
140.
Cottis replies with the same.
Now, the tungsten teaser's certainly
180.
something that everybody's thinking about as Adam Hunt hits a 180. The question was this: how many players have played in a Modus Super Series
60.
week? It could be a normal week, specials week, but it doesn't count the seniors, so Raymond van Barneveld is not a potential answer. Have lost in the PDC World
64.
Championship final. Then for the sake of clarity, I mean the PDC World Championship, no derivatives like the World Youth Championship. I'll give you the
55.
answer in
Adam,
a little
you
bit
require
as Adam looks at 117.
Treble 19's the target. It's found. Double top.
77.
Just high of the target. He will return though. Kevin back on 246.
135. Adam, you require 40.
Top cent.
Game
Tops
start in
is
the second
found
leg. Adam
to level the
Hunt.
match at 1 apiece with a 13 dart leg.
Third leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on. $50.
Wrong side of the wire there for Kevin Cottis. Fine as 2 treble 5s rather than the treble 20
100.
bed.
And probably what he's going to find here, maybe in comparison to when he plays county matches, is the fact that maybe sometimes you're on that stage, you can get away
140.
with the odd thing here and there. Here, you're totally exposed if you make an unforced error.
140.
Yeah, indeed. And as I said, you know, it's different circumstances here.
60.
You've got noise at a county game. You haven't got noise here. When it comes to finals night on Saturday, of course, there will be a crowd.
100.
So again, you have to adjust again from playing in silence all week and then to having a
60.
crowd
Adam require 161.
supporting you or not, as the case may be.
Yeah, it was loud on Saturday night,
65.
particularly when the double 12 went for the 9-darter for Lee Evans. This place erupted. I mean, you could feel the vibrations from up here on our commentary gantry at the top of the building.
140. Adam, you require 96.
Adam's under pressure here. That 140's left Kev on a single to double. Has to go.
40. Kevin,
I was looking for the double 19 there. Opportunity now for Cottis as he looks at tops. And now double 10.
41.
He's on the inside of the wire.
56.
And tops now for Hunt for a break of throw. Double 10.
36. Kevin, you require 10.
Double 2.
8.
Unable to
Adam, you
go, so
require
Adam will return for
20.
tens.
Game
Double
shot on the
10
third leg,
is found
Adam
with the help
Hunt.
of a deflection. To lead by 2 legs to 1. Breaks the throw of Cottis.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game up. $137. $140.
Do you want me to put you out your misery, Trina, and give you the answer to the tungsten teaser?
Yes, please.
81.
The correct answer is 9.
Okay, please name.
So the players that have played in the PDC World Final, or lost, shall I say,
100.
PDC World Final, and then played at the Super Series, is as follows. Peter Manley, John Park, Kevin Painter, Mark Dubbridge,
100.
Simon Whitlock, Andy Hamilton, A.D. Lewis, who of course played in the last pairs, Luke Littler, and Jan van Veen.
45.
Of course it is.
Please do join us tomorrow because we're going to have a St.
96.
Patrick's Day themed tungsten teaser.
Ooh.
$140. Adam require 87.
Well, that 140 pressurises the 87 for Adam Hunt. He looks at double 18 though for a 3-1 lead.
69.
Just on the
Kevin, you require
inside
76.
of the wire. 16 then for tops to level up.
56. Adam, you require 18. Game
Finds
shot
the
for full
double
leg, Adam
9
Hunt.
with his second dart to take a 3-1 lead. The 17 dart leg.
Fifth leg is Kevin to throw
This
first.
is solid, isn't
Game
it?
up.
Really solid. And the thing is, as we saw in that game against Jack Drayton, there's other gears to go if he needs them, but hasn't needed to
100.
get to those kinds of extremities here.
Well, if you remember earlier on in today's play, he was 3-1 up against someone. I can't remember who it was actually. But he did seem to drop off a little bit then, didn't he? And
85.
struggled to get over the line.
Yeah. Been some battles, some trials, some tribulations
140.
for all 6 players so far today.
$95. $121.
Good darts there from Adam Hunt.
60. Adam, you
Can he take out the 144 for the victory? Not on this occasion. Cottis lurking behind for the 161.
61.
Just the wrong side of the wire.
80. Adam, you require 110.
So 110 for Adam to wrap up a 4-1 win. And he's going to get a match done at double top. Kev expects it to go, and it does go. And that's the second time that Adam's taken out the 110 today. He gets the better of Kevin Cottis by 4 legs to 1. He has one more game to try and complete the card a little bit later on this afternoon. That's the tale of the tape. and we'll have more Modus Super Series action after the break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we've seen Adam Hunt take a 4-1 victory over Kevin Cottis. Keeps himself at the top of the table. Now we have Arnie Spee against Jensen Walker. Jensen currently in 4th position. And Arnie in 3rd.
Now these two going head to head in game 12 of the session. Jensen, who is enjoying the best 12 months of his career so far. Semi-finals at the Lakeside last year. He also got through to the semi-finals of the Dutch Open and the WDF system. He's also
100
picked up over the course of the last 12 months 4 ranking titles in that system, winning the Italian Open,
43.
Malta Masters, Czech Open, and earlier on this year, winning the Romanian Classic.
Yeah, and in that Romanian Classic,
57.
He beat Marino Blom 5-1.
Yeah, Moreno's having a bit of a resurgence of form. Played one on the Isle of Man, picked up a title there as well.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, struggling a little bit today,
60.
though, is Jensen. Early days, though.
100.
Has played the solitary match on the PDC Pro Tour in 2026 as Jensen. Lost out in the first round of PDC Players Championship number 6 as Arna pars in the first 180 of the game. Lost out 6-3 in game 1 to former Lakeside champion and a friend of ours here at the Super Series in Shane McGurk.
$68. Jensen, you require 84.
If you are watching Shane, hope you're well, pal.
$72. Arna, you require 36.
Double 18 then.
Game shot.
He finds with his first start to hold his throw. Produces a 16 darter.
Second leg is Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Jensen's highest recorded average is here at the Modus Super Series of 109.31.
121.
He has got levels to his game.
That was against Merv King, the 4-0 victory.
I'm sure Mervyn was thrilled.
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he'll love me for reminding him of that.
Am I right in saying that was in Champions Week during Series 10?
I think it was, yes.
Of course, the Champions Week kid go on to win, beating Spivey Man. Sam Spivey in the final. Afternoon Seaside.
82. $94.
And in that Series 10 final,
$95.
Jensen played Johnny Haynes, defeating him by 4 legs to 2.
$90. Jensen, you got 125.
125 then for Walker.
$40. Arna, you require 160.
Well, after all that, may only get a dart at the ball if he comes back. Arna looking at the 160. He's already had the 109 today. Is he going to find something in a different stratosphere? Well, that dart was in a different stratosphere.
Jensen, you require 85.
Yeah, puts it rather high, doesn't he? Treble 16, the target.
Game shot in the second leg. Jensen
What
Walker.
a shot there from Walker. Couldn't find the treble 16. Found the single for the bullseye. And pins it.
Pins it on a pinhead, and we're level at 1 apiece. Well, let's
60.
have a look and delve a bit deeper then into Jensen's run to the Lakeside semi-finals. He got the better of the
59.
Czech player Yuri Brecha by 3-0 in round 1, then beat the American David Fathom by 3-1 in round 2.
40.
In the last 16, probably his best performance and his best win of that event came against a former series champion here in Raymond Smith. Beat him 3-1, averaged just under 93 in that game. Beat Ben Robb of New Zealand by 4-2 in the quarters before then becoming unstuck against Mitchell
97.
Laurie in the semi-finals. A 5-2 win for the Scot. Mitchell averaged 96.33 in that game. Jensen, over 7 sets, 93.62, but was just outmuscled by Mitchell Laurie in that contest.
58. $97. 55.
So Jensen looking at 110. Can't find the treble 18.
98.
Does find the treble 20. Will return for double 6.
133. Jensen,
That's pressure
you require
applied there
12.
from Arnie Spee. Double 3.
6.
Can't be found. So
Arnie, you
opportunity
require
here.
58.
Tops for a holder throw. And
Game
to
shot,
move
third leg,
ahead
Arnie Spee.
by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg is Jensen to throw first. Game up.
Just get the sense that both players are just trying to eke out what they can get. There's been moments of brilliance, but there's also been moments where they've had to really dig in. But that one of the moments of brilliance of Jensen Walker.
$100.
Semi-finals at the Dutch
96.
Open. That's a tournament which has the best part of 4,000 players playing it. To get down to that stage of the competition, you've done well.
It's a massive tournament.
121.
It's a crazy tournament as well to be in. It's full on.
28.
It's manic.
I remember watching one of the live streams this year, and the commentator, our good friend Anthony
30.
Dundas, was saying, and this player is through to the round of 1,024. And by getting through to that, they won 3 matches.
100.
Yeah. It really is crazy. Jensen looking good here to level up, but that 180
Jensen, you require 97.
from Spee puts pressure on as Jensen looks at tops to level up at 2 apiece. Can't be
Arnie,
found.
You require 70.
Spee looking at 70. Tops then for a 3-1 lead.
Game
Oh,
shot
and he's
the fourth
found
leg,
tops.
Arnie Spee.
That's going to hurt Jensen Walker.
Bin last started,
Fifth leg is Arnie
and he
to
may
go
well be
first.
broken-hearted
Game
if he loses this game.
15 dart leg there from Arnie Spee.
up. 60.
If Arne can win this 4-1, he'd be on 6 points plus 5. And it would mean that irrespective of what happens in the last round of games,
41.
he'll be in the top 3. And his last match is against Joe Hunt, who hasn't won a game yet today. There is a... Sorry, that's Jensen Walker. My apologies. Arne Spee takes on Adam Hunt at the end of the session.
125.
I knew when there's 2 players of the same last name, I'd get mixed up somewhere.
It's inevitable, isn't it?
140.
But look at that percentage there on the double in. 75% for Spee. 16.67 for Jensen.
140.
So for clarity, Jensen Walker takes on Joe Hunt and Arne Spee takes on Adam. Clear as mud, which is what I'm currently in.
60.
Walker leaves 120 after 12. Spee
60.
searching
Jensen,
for
you've
a
got
treble.
120.
Shanghai then. 20 for tops. To move within 1.
80. Arne, you require 120.
Well, that was high. That was for the win.
56. Jensen, you require 40.
Tops then for Jensen.
Game
And tops
shot
is
fifth
found with
leg,
his first start
Jensen
to move
Walker.
within 1 of Arnie Spee. Breaks the throw of Spee and now looking
Sixth leg is
to level
Jensen to throw first.
and to take us to a
Game up.
deciding leg.
$45. $60. $42. 60.
Bit of a tentative leg from both players here.
134.
Until then. There's a 1-3-4. He's hit by Walker.
60.
Arna's got to try and keep pace.
40.
Treble a turn helps him out though. If he can, even if he could just pile in a ton, he's neck and neck with Jensen.
That's a great first start. Would have hoped for more there.
99. $97.
Great last start from Jensen. Finds the treble 19. To leave himself a finish of 1-4-3.
92. Jensen, you require 143.
So 1-4-3 to take this game all the way to a last leg decider. Not to be. And so Arna needing just the one triple here with the back of the 130 to win this game by 4 legs to 2. He's found the triple. Stay straight. He gets a go at the ball. He is going to get a go at the ball. And he almost got it.
105. Jensen, you require 85.
This has to go for Jensen. Can't find the bullseye.
You require 25.
So this to win it, and this to put him on to 6 points. Well, whatever happens from here, it has been a very good day's work for Arna Spee. 3 wins for him, 6 points to his name. No idea what that was all about. But he is a winner again. He's 3 out of 4, looking to make it 4 for 5, but he takes the Madam Hunt at the end of the session as he beats Jensen Walker by 4 legs to 2. So going into our final round of matches for the session, we have got a bit of a chasm as far as the league table is concerned. Adam Hunt, the only player with a perfect record, 4 wins out of 4. His latest win against Kevin Cottis by 4 legs to 1. Jack Drayton beat Joe 4-0. And before the break, Spee beat Jensen Walker 4-2. So this is how the standings look going into the final round worth of matches. Adam Hunt at the top on 8 points. Jack Drayton and Spee both on 6. Jensen Walker and Kevin Cottis on 2. And Joe Hunt, the only player yet to pick up a point. He takes on Jensen Walker in the penultimate match of the session. But the pre-penultimate game, which is the third from last game, is a meeting between Kevin Cottis and Jack Drayton. For Jack, if he wins this, he moves on to 8 points and a very good day's worth of work done. As for Kev, he won his first match, but hasn't been able to pick up a win from that point onwards. Well, it was on this day in 1935 that the first ever driving test took place in the United Kingdom. But who's going to put the wheels in motion here, Trina Gulliver?
Very good. I like your thinking there.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Going on how things have gone today.
Game on.
Jack Drayton is looking favourite, isn't he, in this match against Cottis?
57.
As you say, he started off the day well, did Kev. Has failed to get any more points to his name since then.
34.
Kev's only been playing county, would you believe, for over 2.5 years.
97.
So quite inexperienced, really.
Taking it all in his stride. Well, both players are taking it all in their stride.
100.
Particularly Jack Drayton, who sometimes we see players that do well elsewhere come here, but maybe sometimes they can just flatter
60.
to deceive a little bit. But actually, if anything, just breaking down the numbers from Jack's days so far, he's actually playing in excess of what he's been doing even on the development
23.
tour.
Yeah, he's been very impressive, hasn't he? And when he's been behind as well,
96.
he's produced some great darts and some important throws at the right time.
180.
As he puts in a max to leave himself 64 after 12.
100.
That was mechanical. It almost looked as if a robot was throwing them 3 darts.
Tops then.
24. Kevin, you require 91.
So Kev looking at 91 to get himself on the board. Looking for the treble 14, which would have left him double 16.
Jack,
and so
you require
Drayton here
40.
looking at double 20.
Game
He
shot
finds the
first
double
leg,
10.
Jack Drayton.
To break the throw of Cottis on lead by
Second
1
is
leg
Jack
to
throw
0.
First. Game on.
And you saying about it, him also almost having like a robotic kind of
58.
rhythm to his throw. You know, that's probably got a lot to do with him playing golf as well, because it has to be the same all the time, doesn't it?
40.
Well, in golf, everything's just based off a technique. Look at that.
96.
Stance is solid, isn't it? Well, that's a great max there from Cottis. 1 apiece.
If you were a coach, Trina, this is
I
probably
am
the perfect.
a coach.
Like you are. Like you are. With your coaching hat on then.
Yes.
This is just perfect, isn't it?
It is, yeah. The retrieving hand is still as well.
83.
The hand that's holding the darts doesn't move, look. It's just a natural throw.
100. Kevin, you require 98.
It's 98 for Cottis. Treble 18.
58.
Leaves himself tops 20 returns. Superb darts.
33. Kevin, you require
Drayton.
40.
It's double 10 for
James
Kev.
on the second leg.
And he
Kevin
finds it with his
Cottis.
second dart to level up the match and break back.
The leg is
Good game,
Kevin
miss.
to throw
Kevin
first.
Costas averaging
Game on.
90.19, whilst you'd 8 Jack Drayton's average because it's 88.88.
140.
So that's a 14 darter from Cottis.
$57.
As you mentioned, there's plenty of things on the horizon now for Jackie.
41.
Has at least the guarantee of a World Championship to play in come the end of the year because he has qualified for the Lakeside. Could potentially play at Ali Pali if he stays in the position that he's in now. And usually with the Dev Tour,
60.
actually, a couple of those Ali Pali spots tend to drop down because you tend to get a tour card holder or two qualified for the Worlds via the Pro Tour of Merit get in.
60.
And then if he wasn't to get his tour card and he was to finish handily enough in the Dev Tour of Merit, then there's things like the UK Open, the World Masters to play in next year.
100.
Well, he's given himself options, hasn't he? That's the thing.
121.
You will have the pleasure of, reveling in each challenge then, if you like, that he makes for himself.
140. Kevin, you got 139.
139 then for Kev. Not to be.
59. Jack, you got 144.
144. If he finds the first, then it should be a perfect guide for a second. Well, it's the perfect guide to find one.
100.
Great last start.
Kevin,
Good
you got
adjustment
80.
there from Jack Drayton to find the ton. But it's double 10 now for Kev. Now double 5.
Game
Double 5 he
shot the third
finds
leg.
to
Kevin
take out the
Cottis.
80 to lead by 2 legs to 1.
Halfway there and looking to bookend his day with victories, having won his first, looking to win his last. What has Drayton got by way of response? Well, that you emphatic answer.
I don't think he's very happy with that last leg result for Kev. Piles in a max to start off
45.
this leg.
What more has he got?
100.
Great first start. Couldn't follow with the next 2.
100. 57.
Jack leaving himself 164 after 9 here.
26. Jack, you got
In control of this leg.
$89.
Super darts.
He's mustard, isn't he, Jack Drayton?
Certainly is, but that ton 80. Another one for Cottis.
Jack, you got 75.
Puts pressure on this 75. It's double 12 now. And now double 6 to level.
63.
Can't find the target.
Kevin, you
Outside
got
chance for Cottis
150.
as he looks at 150. Wow. Was going the ball route. There's Jack
52.
giggling to himself
Jack,
in the
you
back.
required 12.
I don't think anybody expected that.
Game shot in the 4th leg.
Well, Jack Drayton does the business, and we're back at level terms at 2 apiece.
They're having a bit of a laugh about that attempt
Good
at
leg is
3
Kevin to
bullseyes
throw
from
first.
Kevin Cottis. Nice to
Game on.
see.
I get the sense that Kev's the one that's holding court in the practice room. We often see, don't we, that one player that will just keep the conversation
100.
flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said earlier, when they were having their practice starts before play started today, he was the comedian on
45.
stage.
I don't think there's anybody at the Super Series who held court better in a practice room, quite like Andy
100.
Bolton.
Really?
Oh, he can tell some stories, can Andy, and he really is the heart and soul of a conversation.
Was he bursting into song?
140.
Sometimes.
Known as a good singer, obviously. Was on the X Factor. That's where his nickname comes from.
121.
All I'm saying is he's a better singer than I am.
That's not hard, though, Henry.
70. $60.
Can only find the 60. Does leave himself 120, though, when he returns. Jack looking to apply some pressure.
100.
Finds a
Kevin,
turn
you require
himself.
120.
Treble found. Single found. As
Game's
to
on
the
fifth
tops.
leg,
That was
Kevin Cottis.
beautiful from Kev Costis.
He holds his throw.
Six leg is Jack. to
Produces
throw
a
first.
15
Game on.
darter to move within one of victory. Jack here now throwing to save
99.
the match.
It's not a feeling he's been used too much today. He did lose some final up against
180.
Adam Hunt, and Kev is beginning to really, really rally here.
His third maximum of this match.
100.
And despite all the lyrical we've been waxing about him, he could potentially finish the day in third if Arne Spee was to get the better of Adam Hunt in the final game of the session, because
100.
Jack would be languished on 6 and you'd have them two at the top of the pile on 8.
132.
Great darts there from Jack. Leaves the big fish again. He's already taken it out today against
100.
his game against
Jack
Joe
require
Hunt.
170.
Needs another. Can he do it again? Bullseye. He's just wide of the target, but a
145.
great attempt.
Kevin, you require
From Jack Drayton.
121.
Now for the match, it's 1-2-1 for Cottis.
He's going to get a match dart. We should have had a match dart. He's missed a big number. And Drayton's going to return for 25 to take us
81.
all the way
Jack, you require
to a last
25.
leg decider.
He's missed the big number 2. Needed the 9 for the double 8. But now it's double 4. 1 dart in hand to level the match. And he
Game shot
finds
on
the
the
target.
six leg, Jack
Brilliant darts from
Drayton.
Jack Drayton. Level us up. And we go into a deciding
Third
leg,
is
whereupon
Kevin to throw
Cottis
first.
has the darts.
Game
Now, at the
on.
beginning of this game, you wouldn't have thought that this was going to be a 3-3 result just by going on form today.
60.
But in all fairness to Kevin Cottis, he's produced some super darts here, averaging 91 plus
58.
to get to this 3-3 scoreline.
It's why one of my favourite
81.
sporting quotes of all time comes from the great football manager Brian Clough, when he was manager of Nottingham Forest, and he said, on paper, we had a fantastic team.
137.
However, the game was played on grass.
And that's a very true word, isn't it?
100.
Although we're not playing on grass, we're playing on sisal.
Any outcome is possible in any game.
136.
That's why we play them.
Again, Drayton's left the 170. This will be some way
140.
to finish
Jack,
off
you
his
require
day's play.
170.
I fancy this. I meant the 120 of Kev.
96.
Because he's hit this already in this
Yeah.
game.
Needs the treble. Can't find it. So Drayton will
56.
return for 74
Jack, you
for the
require
match.
74.
To get it wrapped up. Double 16.
Game
Well,
shot.
that was
And a
clinical
match,
in the
Jack
end.
Drayton.
And for Jack Drayton, he finishes his day with 4 wins out of 5. And he very much lived up to the billing that he was given at the beginning of the day. For Kev Cottis, the NEC qualifier from Essex, he has been great fun today. Great value. And I think he's somebody we're going to have great fun watching this week. It was only the 1 win for him today. For Jack Drayton, 4 out of 5. Coming up next, Jensen Walker takes on Joe Hunt. Two more games to go on this Monday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw Jack Drayton get the better of Kevin Cottis. by 4 legs of 3. Right, game number 14 of 15. Jensen Walker and Joe Hunt going head-to-head. That man in your picture there, top of the Challenge Tour order of merit, but he's had his challenges today, trials and tribulations for the man from the Isle of Wight. And as he heads back to ride, the ride home may not be a happy one because he's lost each of his opening 4 games. His last chance of picking up points this afternoon comes in this meeting with Jensen Walker, who himself has picked up just the 1 point, or the 1 win, shall I say, from his days so far. So just 2 points to his name.
97.
That win coming in a 4-1 success against Kevin Cottis. Lost 4-3 to Adam Hunt in the first game of the session before a 4-1 defeat to Jack Drayton. And his previous game, only a couple of matches ago, was a 4-2 loss
40.
to the Dutchman Arne Spee. So for Jensen, work to do. For both players, Trina, work to do going into tomorrow's session, irrespective of the result here.
Yeah,
60.
indeed. And Joe still looking to get off the mark.
180.
A great max there from Jensen.
$40.
Oh, what a setup that is.
Cracking darts. Leaves himself 88 after 12 darts. And there we see Joe
47.
drop in
Jensen, you
another dart.
16.
2 4s. Now chasing 2s.
12.
He's been chasing for large spells of the day. And there was potentially, it may be 1 or 2 players that may have contemplated the bust there with the last dart in hand of his opponent on 270.
24.
Yeah, could have been an option, couldn't it?
4.
But he looks at double 2 now.
Game shot in the
That's a
first
great
leg.
second dart.
Jensen
Just
Walker.
tips it over the top to take the first leg.
Second leg is Joe to throw first. Game on.
17 darter for young Jensen.
40.
Get the sense he'll probably feel like his day never got going, Jensen
140.
Walker.
Yeah, I think he will. He'll be a little bit disappointed, I think. And
60.
again, at times, produce some good stuff, but it's had too many wayward darts, really.
58.
His checkouts have not been
24.
the best.
Yeah, that's going to need sharpening up and big time.
65.
The scoring's been okay.
$41.
Whereas for Joe, this has been a disappointing day for him.
100.
And you can see in his body language as well that he's clearly not happy. And we know he's a good player because of his
26.
previous successes,
Jensen,
but he's
you've got
just not getting it together here at the Modus Super Series.
Gonna have to regroup. And I don't know what that is,
86.
but he's gonna have to find something tomorrow.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, he's got to come into tomorrow and forget about today.
82.
Start
Jensen will
afresh.
require 52.
Realistically, he's probably playing for Group C already, so almost use these 2 days as practice
Game
for
start
that
the second
particular
leg,
attempt.
Jensen
As
Walker.
Walker finds that attempt at double 16 to double his lead to 2-zip.
Third leg is Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Well, how many times have we seen somebody at the bottom of the table in Group A that has gone on to win the week?
55.
Just ask Sir Jared Cole. Finished bottom of Group A, picked up just 3 wins in the entirety of the group, but go on to win the
39.
entirety of the week.
Yeah, it's possible.
Jensen Walker won his Champions Week from
96.
Group C. A matter of fact, every single Champions Week won in 2025 was won by a player who played in Group C, having dropped out of Group A. Jensen Walker in
96.
Series 10, Jess Smith in Series 11, Charles Manby in Series 12.
60.
Can you find a max?
123.
Well, just the wrong side.
$60. $62.
Now, doesn't leave himself a finish.
135.
And that 135 leaves Walker a 95 two-dart visit.
30. Jensen, you require 95.
So 95 here for Jensen Walker. Unable to get.
87.
Finds the treble
So you require
16, which will leave
151.
himself on double 4. Should he come back? He will come back.
I thought he was going to
82.
produce
Jensen, you
something out of
require
nothing then.
8.
Out of nowhere, but Jensen looking at double 4
Game shot
for a
to the
3-0
Jensen
lead.
Walker.
19 dart leg there from Jensen. And he's in control.
Fourth leg is Joe to throw first. Game on. $96. 98.
I think Joe's really
43.
can't understand what's gone wrong.
It's almost as if now, if he was given a tap out option, he would take it.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, he'll continue, obviously.
140.
It's there at times. It's just the consistency of it.
140.
Scott, happy memories of playing Jensen Walker. Beat him in the quarterfinals of the second Challenge Tour of the season by 5 legs to 2. Average just under 94 in that particular game. That
45.
would be en route to his first title on that circuit.
82.
Now, some may say that that would have been an ideal dart at the ball.
127.
However,
Jensen,
that
you
wasn't
require
actually intentional, as you can see
96.
by his facial expression, but it has left him on 50. Now,
56.
does he go straight for the
Joe, you
ball
require 50.
on the back of the previous visit?
No is the answer as he looks at double 16.
Game shot in the fourth
To
leg,
save the
Joe
match.
Hunt.
He takes it out. And in the end, produces a 17 dart leg.
Fifth leg is Jensen to throw first. Game on.
He just looks ready for tomorrow. He just wants to get out of here, get his head on a
83.
pillow, and then wake up fresh. He'll almost hope that this is a nightmare, but unfortunately, if he pinches himself, he's realising it's real life.
57.
Yeah, the disappointment is clear to see on his face, isn't it?
60.
But as we said, he's got to forget about today when he comes here tomorrow. Try and learn from today where things have gone wrong and try and
46.
rectify it all tomorrow. And get yourself in the best position tomorrow and Wednesday for the rest of the week.
60.
It's all about reset mentality.
Yeah, absolutely.
77.
And if you're Jensen, you've got to read the situation and say, look, this guy is not feeling great about things. Just get him
134.
gone ASAP.
Yeah, the negativity is clear to read from Joe.
44.
And that
Jensen,
will
you've got 164.
Give Jensen something to feed off.
64.
And he's looking in command for a 4-1 victory here.
43. Jensen, you require 100.
So, ton for the match and plenty of time at that. We'll have a look at treble 60 because he had the luxury to
46.
do exactly that.
He has time on his side, doesn't he?
60. Jensen, you require 54.
And still no finish for Hunt. So it's tops for Jensen.
14.
Well, he's got time on his side, but how much pressure is going to be applied?
60.
Well,
Jensen, you
tops
require 40.
for Walker to win it by a 4-1 score. Now, it'll be his second win of the day. He'll keep himself in and around the mix, but he'll have work to do
30.
on Tuesday, but more
Joe, you require
opportunities to come to pass.
114.
Can't find the treble 18. So no outshot now.
58. Jensen, you require
Jensen
10.
looking at double 5 for the match.
But that drops low, and incredibly, Joe Hunt is going to get, providing he
you
stays
require
straight,
56.
2 darts to win this leg. A leg that he was a passenger in. Well,
Game
that
shot in the fifth
is the
leg, Joe
darting
Hunt.
version of daylight robbery.
It's a breaker throw
Sixth
as
leg is
well.
Joe to throw first. Game on.
And Jensen will be very disappointed in losing that leg.
Pictures sometimes say more than what 1,000 words ever will. And the other thing now is it goes the other way.
41.
Jensen's got to try and hold it together. He's had a number of opportunities to win this game. He's not taken it. And if Joe just has a decent few minutes here, this game could all of a sudden be back level at 3-3, a match which he should have wrapped up a few moments prior.
Yeah, exactly that. And yeah,
60.
disappointment. He's got to try and put that behind him now and concentrate on this leg.
59.
He's got 2 attempts to go over the line. However, even though he is against the throw here, he will want to get it done.
134.
How and why are probably 2 of the
140.
words that are entering Jensen Walker's mind at this present moment in time.
Well, that 134 from Joe, followed by a 140 from Walker,
57.
was a good return. Joe leaving himself on 154 now after 12.
41. Joe, you require 154.
6 from here to remarkably take it all the way. Double 17, the less spotted.
Throws another dart on the floor. Clear that he's holding his darts so loosely. Just
37.
can't manage to find the double 17. We'll be back though as Jensen back on 220.
100.
And
Joe, you
now
require
120.
17.
17 for Joe. Double 8. Double 8 he
shot in the
finds to
sixth
take
leg,
us all the
Joe
way.
Hunt.
And the question is how? And Jensen
Seventh
Walker
final
is
leg
not a happy
Jensen
man
to
in the
throw
background.
first. Game on.
He throws first in a leg which he shouldn't even be playing in.
125.
Yeah, and I think he's annoyed. Kicks off with a 125.
45. 85.
Well, Hunt here is finding something from somewhere. And Jensen's still got it all to do.
121.
Recovers well from his first start. Finds the one with the first start, but finds 2 treble 20s with his second and third to leave himself the 170.
Jensen, you require 170.
So 170. Well, what a way to finish the day this would be.
84. $25. Jensen, you require
86 then for Walker for the match. Double 16. Double 16 he finds and finally gets over the line with a 4-3 victory over Joe Hunt. A struggled game there for Jensen and almost got caught out. Coming up after the break, we have our last game of today's play, and it's Adam Hunt against Arnie Spee. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we seen Jensen Walker take a close 4-3 victory over Joe Hunt, who very nearly took him by surprise. Now we have the last game of today's play. Adam Hunt taking on Arnie Spee. Adam, 4 out of 4 so far. Potentially has the opportunity for a clean sheet today.
Game on.
Let's see how he fares.
Well, who's going to have the last laugh then on this Monday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth?
100.
Because there is a possibility of a three-way tie at the top of the table on 8 points, or Adam can complete the card
30.
and move 2 clear of Jack Drayton and 4 clear of Arda at the top of the Group A table.
40.
Arna has played some decent stuff today. I've been really impressed with him.
57.
Okay, there's been points where there's been a little bit of inconsistency, but I love the way that he applies himself. I love his body language. I love the way that he just, despite what happens, he keeps himself
140.
equilibrionic at all times.
He's very positive, isn't he? Kind of thinking
59.
you don't see much of a negative response to anything, which is vital when you're playing against opponents that
40.
like to feed off disappointment.
$59. $105.
Good leg here from Adam Hunt. Leaves himself on 76.
60. Adam, you require 76.
Tops then. For the
Game,
first
shot,
leg of the match.
Adam Hunt.
Holds his throw and pins tops.
Yeah, holds very firm
Second leg
and
is
holds
Arna
the
to
throw.
first. Game on.
And of course, Adam will be very supportive of the ADC system this year. His brother Scott, of course, the
180.
Global Operations Manager of the Amateur Darts Circuit.
81.
He is the head honcho of the ADC.
$40.
I know Scott does watch a lot, even when there is no vested interest. If you are watching, Scott, hope you're keeping well.
Pal.
78. $58. $96.
Good last start there from Adam Hunt.
$140.
Well, 140 leads Arnhem on 83 after just a dozen darts thrown to level this contest up at one apiece.
60. Arna, you require 83.
He's just looking there at Adam's score
43.
to see where he's at. Just lays up. Leaves himself tops when he returns. But pressure being applied here
140. Arna, you require
by Adam
40.
Hunt. But
Game
tops
shot
is
for second
found
leg,
from
Arna Spee.
Arna Spee to level up the match at one apiece.
Third leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
And do you know what I love about players like Arna? And we see him probably once a year here. He qualified in 24, qualified in 25, seeing him here in 26. I love to see the development of these types of players every single time we see them here.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? They get more comfortable as time goes
100.
by. They've gathered that little bit more experience along the way in between those visits here.
58.
It's good to see the progress.
As I say, off the hockey, such a
81.
likeable young man is Arnott.
He's quite a funny guy as well. He's got a real good sense of humour.
90. Adam, you got 140.
But it's 140 now for Adam. Needs another one of them.
100.
Does leave himself tops when he returns.
$60. Adam, you require 40.
Double 10 then.
20.
Just
Arnie,
on the
you require
outside, so
156.
Spee has an opportunity here at 156.
56.
So
Adam,
2
you
tens
require
for
20.
2-1.
Game
And 2
start the
tens
third
it
leg.
is.
Adam,
Adam
Hunt.
is 2-1 to the good. And he's one of them,
Point
isn't
Arna
he?
to throw
And I mean
first.
this in the
Game
nicest
up.
way. There's no frills with Adam. He just gets up, does his job. There's no messing about. He just does his thing and he does it with
46.
efficiency.
$140.
Great start to the leg for Adam.
60.
Only a 60 found for Arnott.
60.
To a certain extent, is this a little bit of a free hit for Arna? Because I get the sense he would have walked in today saying 3 from 5.
60.
Fantastic.
Maybe. I mean, there's not a lot for us to look at that we can see how he's been playing up until here. So,
42.
you know, this could be more than what he's expected, or it could be less.
Well, last real reference
60.
point for Arna is the recent ADC Global Championship.
83.
Does play a lot on the Western European Tour, plays in a lot of the local events. One of those venues is actually one of the sponsors on his shirt. You can work out which one's
60.
which.
$58.
Adam's left himself 118 after 15.
105. Adam, you require 118.
Top cent for a 118.
Game
Check
start
out
the fourth
and a
leg. Adam
3-1
Hunt.
lead. Pins tops for this last start.
And
The leg
that
is Adam to throw
is a
first.
fourth
Game up.
Tub Plus checkout of the day for Adam. The 118 joining 2 110s and a ton. And now one away and with the darts in his hand
57.
from completing the card.
$57. $121.
A float on the floor.
$59. $82.
That's a good recovery. Finds the treble 19. After the loose start in the 5.
$95. $60.
Well, he's creeping closer. Arna needs a couple of big trebles here, but he would have needed a straight single as well. So 6 from
40.
here for Adam to complete the card to make it 5 wins out of 5 and to assert his authority to the top of the table.
85.
Again, a good last start there from Adam.
140.
An outside chance left there for Spee. If he doesn't take out this 96.
Game shot.
But he finds the double nine and he completes the card for the day. He gets the better of Arna Spee by 4 legs to 1. It's been a while since we've seen Adam here in Portsmouth. Well, he's made up for lost time and then some. The perfect return for him to the live lounge, and we'll hear from him in a few moments' time. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. The day's action has been completed in Group A, and before the break, Adam Hunt made it 5 wins out of 5 with a 4-1 victory over Arna Spee. So he's at the top of the table, the perfect 10 points to his name following the first day's worth of play. Jack Drayton is hotly on his heels, closely following behind with 8 points to his name. Arna Spee in third on 6. As you can see, uniform table, Jensen Walker on 4, Kevin Cottis on 2, and Joe Hunt without a win to his name on the opening day. Well, Adam Hunt hasn't been here for a little while, but he's very much become reacquainted with the live lounge in Portsmouth. Adam, great to see you again. Many congratulations on a great first day. Must have felt you've never been away from here.
No, it's good to be back. A lot's changed since I've been here. It's obviously a new studio and new practice room and everything. It's been great to be back, and yeah, great start the first week, first day of the week.
I was going to say, it's a little bit more comfortable than that. Do you remember the rickety old little podium we had previously?
Yeah, I remember all that. Yeah, obviously it's not looking like a church anymore. Obviously it's becoming a proper building now, and to be fair, it's a great setup. I can't complain.
But in terms of your day, you must just be pleased with the way it's gone from start to finish.
Yeah, there's players in this group who are coming into a lot of form. Jack and Joe especially have been doing well elsewhere from this place, and I knew it was going to be tough. And it's 5 out of 5. I can't take much more than that kind of.
We speak a lot, Trina, about the first game maybe just setting the tone for the day ahead, and it felt like that game against Jensen did. It was a scrappy one, but it got Adam on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the first game of the day, isn't it? And everybody's going to be a little bit nervous and wanting to get off to a good start, and it fell in the way of Adam.
In terms of yourself, Adam, let's have a look at some of your highlights of the day so far, because we've seen some great moments of yourself. It was the ton plus finishing that was absolutely superb. Probably one of your best attributes of the day.
Yeah, I was hitting finishing when I need to, against, like I said, good players, putting good scores behind us and leaving themselves on finishes. I knew I had to take out big finishes, so that's obviously kept us through today. And
in terms of the day as a whole, Trina, it's just been absolutely superb.
It has. It's been good quality, hasn't it? And but yeah, it's been nip and tuck at the top. Jack Drayton being there as well, like you say, he's coming into here to this week on good form, and so yes, it's all to play for.
And it's just been battle after battle after battle. Even that game against Kev there, I know you won it 4-1, but he had his moments. Everybody had their moments today, which makes this environment a lot tougher, doesn't it?
I said to Kev in the back room, I said, I love his throw. I think he's got a great throw. He was playing himself down in the back. And against me, it was 4-1, but it wasn't I don't think it was 4-1. It was really close. And I was finishing a lot better than he was. That was the only difference, really.
Is it nice to taste that winning feeling again? Me and Trina were kind of mentioning on commentary, yes, you've been playing some good stuff, but I can imagine after a couple of years on the Pro Tour and obviously the experience of that, I know obviously you got to the Worlds again last year, but I can imagine coming back to this level, coming back to somewhere like this, and particularly when you're playing round robin, is it nice to come back into an environment and kind of taste more tangible success, get that feeling of winning again? You
can't beat winning, can you? You can't beat winning. I've been playing well. Before I lost my tour card, I was playing well. Went in the World Championships. I played well at the Worlds and just didn't get the results. To be honest, I thought I played well at Q School and just didn't get the results. So I was really excited to come back down here and prove what I am still a good player. You know what I mean? I've still got it, and yeah, it's good to start with 5 wins out of 5. Can't complain.
So in terms of 2026, what's the plan for yourself?
I don't know. I'm just taking. To be honest, I'm actually enjoying a little bit of break off. I've said this to the missus before I came down here. It's been nice to spend time with the kids and stuff, but I've been really looking forward to this week. I've had my eyes solely set on this week, so I don't know. After this week, hopefully Champions Week, and then we'll see where we go.
Was that something that actually mentally maybe didn't think at the time you needed, but in hindsight you did need? Just that little bit of a recharge, a bit of a break from it all?
I don't know. I was playing well at the back end of the year, and I played well at the Worlds. I thought I could have kept me to a card. Didn't happen. It's one of them things. But yeah, it's different goals this year, so we'll see what happens. I don't know.
And sometimes a change could be a little bit refreshing, can't it, Trina?
Yeah, it can be. And, sometimes players need that thing to have a reset then, so to speak. And, whether, like he said, he's happy with his game at the moment. He was unlucky in the Worlds and that, so he's happy with his game. But to be here, he's enjoying it.
We'll have a little chat with you in just a second, Adam. Myself and Trina are going to round up everything else that has happened so far today, and in particular, Jack Drayton. Look, sometimes we give players the big build-up, particularly when they're on debut here, and sometimes it can flatter to deceive a little bit, but not in the case of Jack.
No, he hasn't disappointed, has he? He's come here on good form, and he showed that today. He's played some great stuff, and he'll be happy with his 4 out of 5 today.
Well, in terms of the big finishing catalogue, he took out the 164, which would be enough for anybody on a singular day, but not for Jack because he'd follow that up with the 170.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant performance from Jack. His all-round game was there, to be fair. His finishing was great. His set-up play was good. His scoring was great as well. So, yeah, he's definitely one to look out for.
And I tell you what, Spee, I think, will walk out of here very happy with the day's performances.
Yeah, he's had a good day as well. You know, it's like we were saying in comms. It's good to see them progress from when they've been here the last time, and you can definitely see he has.
I get the sense that Kev Cottis has been the kind of life and soul of the practice room today, because he's had a smile on his face all the time on stage. And we were kind of watching a few bits this morning on the camera before he went live with a few practice darts on the stage. And he looks like he's the life and soul of the place.
No, he's enjoyed himself. He said he might never get here again, so he is really enjoying himself. He's a good lad, he's great bloke, you know what I mean? I think, to be fair, I think all five, you know, all the 5 lads are all great lads, so I think it's going to be a good week, to be fair.
It's one of the nice bits about the Super Series, isn't it? Because you get to meet people, or you spend time with people that maybe if you're in other tournaments because you're at your own table with your own people, maybe you don't get the chance to mix with.
No, I said this to my family and friends last time I came down here. That's the beauty of this place. Sometimes you have weeks. I met, I'll name one person, Neil Duff, I'd never met before, and I had a great week with him, you know what I mean? So yeah, it helps when you've got good lads in the back. It makes the week enjoyable. So
moving forward, is it just a case of just carrying on going into tomorrow?
I'd like to improve. I don't think I've actually played that well today. I think I've played okay. I finished well, but I don't think I've played great, but I'd like to play better tomorrow, I think.
Final word to you, Trina. What would be your overall thoughts and observations on the day?
I think it's been a great day of darts. You know, we've seen some great abilities, some great form, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the week.
Right, I shall see you first thing in the morning. Adam, many congratulations. Great to see you again here at the Live Lounge, and we shall see you again once more tomorrow.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. We'll tell you more about that in just a second, because this is how the land lies as far as Adam Hunt is concerned. He is top of the table. 5 wins out of 5 on the opening day's worth of play. Jack Drayton in second place with 8 points on the board. Spee with 3 wins from 5. He'll be a very happy camper going into tomorrow. Jensen Walker, Kevin Cottis and Joe Hunt round off the rest of the Group A standings. So that's how Group A looks. We'll be back underway tomorrow, 9:30 we will be live. But prior to that, we'll be delving a little bit more into Jensen Walker, because he's going to be the subject of the Break of Throw series. Both him and Jess Smith will be under the microscope in a couple of moments' time. We'll then be looking into the career of Bo Greaves, the 3-time Lakeside champion who took the world by storm over the last few years or so. That's from 5. We're back with Group A tomorrow from 9:30 in the morning, and then finals night, of course, Saturday evening from 7:30 p.m, where number 9 will be put into the Series 13 hat as far as Champions Week is concerned. But as far as today is concerned, the hunt is on to catch Adam at the top of the group. We'll see you tomorrow from 9:30. From all of us here, take care. Bye from us.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's double
Johnny Magny!
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Van Skee is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Skee do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game.